Hit the corner of the thing trying to push a button.
Okay. You playing hurt today, guy? Playing hurt today?
I am now.
Lon's over there shaking his hand around like he got into a fist fight when we were getting started.
All right. There's real pain, which I'm well aware of. I'm feeling that right now in other places, but there are little metal pieces on either side of the buttons. If you just catch the edge of it when trying to push a button really fast, it hurts.
Talking about hitting the buttons softer, more gently.
Well,
You gentle giant, you.
yeah. Sometimes you forget you're supposed to push that thing.
That's fair. That's fair. Ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls, children of all ages, welcome in. The Rob Brown Show is on your radio. It's the Fan Upstate. Happy Tuesday, dudes. Welcome in. Great to have you. I am Rob Brown, the great Malonzo on the other side of the metaphorical glass. Kinda. It's a little bit Friday. Kind of Friday.
Well, it's your Friday.
It's my Friday. It's like Super Friday. It's like Friday with a cape. Super Friday.
Yeah, tomorrow's my Friday, but still, I mean, this is Friday for the show.
Yeah, but you have to put up with me tomorrow on a Friday, which makes it a Super Friday for you.
I'll go into the fortress all by myself.
The Fortress of Nerditude.
And close the door.
I'm sure you'll be very sad.
And put together some
Award-winning
amazing production for like 8 hours, and then I'll be on vacation.
Super Friday.
Although we also have a thing to do that we'll have to figure out how to do like tomorrow.
An interview. Yeah.
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 Yeah. Do it the right way. We have a guest coming on. You be polite. Do it the right way.
Wow, that counts, by the way.
Yeah.
I've already lost.
2-0.
Yeah.
LA Knight sitting down with us tomorrow, 11 a.m., and we'll have that interview when we get back in a week and a half. It'll be worth the wait. It'll be good. I may tease some clips out on social media here and there between here and the Monday we return.
No, you won't. Unless you remember Sunday when you come back, you're kind of going to be busy.
Yes, I am, but also I get married on Saturday. You know, we have plans Sunday through Sunday,
right?
But they're not like it's not like back to back. Chris Berman, back to back.
All right, so apparently in your life things go exactly as planned. Just because you have an itinerary doesn't mean you're going to be able to hit every number there.
That's true. Hey, I have a surprise for you. Dan Orlovsky told a dad joke on ESPN yesterday.
Well, I understand it.
Oh yeah. It's honestly, it's one of my favorite jokes I've ever heard. And it's a joke that I am going to be telling for a long time.
And it's not dirty?
No. Dad joke. Very clean.
Wow.
It is not only as of now, one of my favorite jokes, and a joke I'll be telling for the rest of my life, not just because it's great, but because it gives you the opportunity to be super extra when you tell the joke, Lonzo. When I clipped it just for you, I was going to save it for later in the show, but I can't. I'm too excited about it. Dan Orlovsky.
Got a joke. All right. What type of coordination did Whitney Houston have?
What type of coordination did Whitney Houston have?
Hand
Okay, first take out.
That was good. That was
Isn't that incredible?
That was the delivery. I mean, if he didn't sing it, it wouldn't have been as good.
You can't. Well, that joke doesn't work if you don't sing it.
And
what kind of coordination Whitney Houston have? Hand eye? No.
Yeah, and he did it perfectly.
Yeah.
I mean, there was enough pause, right?
Yep.
With the hand.
You got to set him up for a second.
Yeah.
You got to set him up for a second. You got to let him wonder where you're going. And then when you lean into the song, you got to have just that little bit of space between like it's perfect. It's perfect. Dan Orlovsky has been on my television for like a decade now. And that's the one thing I'll remember he said forever.
I guess it doesn't matter, but I wonder if he wrote it.
No, I think I've heard that joke before in the past. I think I've heard that joke told on the internet in the past, but I've always seen it written out. That's the first time I've ever seen it, or I guess I should say heard it. actually performed. He performed that joke. And I need you all to know, as I sat at the house last night, the lady friend and I we were doing our entrance music last night. Great one. We were doing our entrance music last night and putting together. I had to mix up some songs because we got like a choreographed.
Oh, you a DJ
entrance.
now, huh?
No, I've been a wedding DJ for like 2 decades now. But yes. So I had to I had to cut up some songs because I think I've told you guys, we're coming out to one song and then it's going to transition to another song. Then it's going to transition right into our first dance song, yada, yada, yada. So I started to put all of this together while we're watching Monday Night Football, and we got done, and she went to bed, and I stayed up putting the show together, and I decided today we're gonna do the audio blitz. Didn't really get to it yesterday. We got super packed up busy. And by the way, final hour of the show busy today. Hayden Ask Mario coming on at 9 o'clock, or excuse me, Lulu Kesson coming on at 9 o'clock. Hayden Ask Mario at 9:20 to talk NFL football. Last segment of the show is yours, and basically anything you want to do between here and there is yours. But started putting the show together. And as I was going through sound bites to get ready for today's show, I came across that joke from Orlovsky.
All right. What type of coordination did Whitney Houston have?
What type of coordination did Whitney Houston have?
Panda!
That's excellent. I heard that joke, and when I heard that joke, Zoe, I am not kidding you. I go through these sound bites on my laptop. And as I find them, I record them, I edit them, I clip them, I move it into our Audio Blitz folder to have for the next day. And as I was going through these clips, I heard that. I pushed stop on the record button. I closed my laptop, and I went and took a shower and went to bed. Because in that moment, I wasn't finding anything else better than that. There was nothing else. I've got a couple of clips from Hoodie. I've got a soccer crowd singing a song to Tom Brady that Lonzo's going to lose his mind over. Can't wait. Brady went to a Wrexham game, and the Wrexham crowd decided to say hello.
Was Deadpool leading the singing?
He was not, but I will say there's a whole lot of involved. It's spectacular. I got Jesse Palmer openly cooking a dude on national television. I got that bite. I got Josh Pate going off on officiating. I've got Travis Etienne ripping his own team. I've got 9 different Carolina Panthers clips to play because you may have heard it, but there's a little bit of news up out of Charlotte, North Carolina.
I'm going to say nearly 9 minutes into the show, and it hasn't been mentioned
I'm
yet.
preparing myself for the inevitable onslaught that I will be receiving.
I just realized you wore a V-neck underneath that shirt.
I did. And I want it's only because I am a dummy and I packed all my undershirts.
Okay. All right.
This is all I had available.
Because I got, not that I'm a fashion guy.
I might be a V-neck guy now, though.
That's kind of a faux pas.
No, no, it's not.
Yeah, sure.
It's a bowling shirt with a V-neck under, which technically, if I go all the way up, you can't even see.
Now, if there was some hair coming out of there, it would work.
It would be, if there was hair coming out of there, it wouldn't be mine because I got none. I don't know what to tell you. I'm Irish. I'm the least hairy individual you've ever met. Which is good. Or bad, depending on who you ask and when you ask them. So BY catching the pine, Andy Dalton getting the nod when the Carolina Panthers head out west to play the Las Vegas Raiders coming up this weekend. Canales gave us Zero reasons why. In fact, you know what? Let's just screw it. Let's just go ahead and start bumping some of the sound. Canales, why now? Why did you decide now? What did you see out of Bryce to make him sit down? I'm going to play Canales' answer, and then I'm going to tell you the real answer. Here's what Dave had to say.
I don't want to get into the specifics of it. These are private conversations that we have, in our meetings, and the different things. It's just it's a vulnerable state, and so I don't really want to get into too many of the specifics of it.
Okay, sure.
You know that one cut you have and I just think that would be perfect there because that's what he said.
I don't know. I don't know if I don't quite know how to answer that. To be
See,
honest.
here's the thing. He does. Do you want to know why Bryce Young's not playing this Sunday? I know the answer because I know ball. You want to know the answer? I can tell you the answer.
He is not playing to protect the kid because he's nearly broken and you got a chance to fix him, set him down for a couple games, maybe even the rest of the season. Let Andy Dalton take all the hits and everything while he gets better.
That is 100% a part of it. 100% a part of it. Not the primary reason.
Did you see the Mina Kimes thing that I say?
No,
You did-
I
you
love
did-
Mina.
you did.
I adore Mina.
I sent you a bunch of more sound this morning,
Yay!
but you just I mean
That's it.
it's safe to play, by the way.
Yay!
Are you sure?
No. All right, let's see. I'll come to that in a minute. Let me finish my thought here, and then we'll get Mina and get Mina's thoughts.
It
in
has
here.
to do with the Panthers, by the way.
Oh, for sure.
Yeah.
For sure. There is one reason. There is one reason that Bryce Young's not playing. Yes, it absolutely does have to do with the fact that Bryce is, I'm not going to say broken, but he's not good. He's not good. He's well on his way to broken.
Well, Zach on the stream also has a point. He's 2-16 as a starter.
Again, this is why. Zach, I'm going to hand you the Taylor Swift heart hands emoji before I say what I'm about to say.
Wow, Steven comparing him to Chris Winkie. Wow.
Woof.
When you get some Winkie comparisons.
Woof. I'm going to hit you, Zach, with the heart hands emoji because I love you.
Does it have to be over a certain eye when you do that?
No, it's like an anime thing.
Oh, okay. Like you
Zach,
know.
You're not wrong. He is 2-16. Wins and losses are not a quarterback stat. They're a team stat. Okay? They're not a quarterback stat. I don't know how many times I got to scream. I don't even scream it anymore. Now I just do the angry whisper.
Yeah, ask Saquon Barkley about that.
Not a quarterback stat. Right. You hang that loss on Jalen Hurts last night? We're fist fighting. All right? Yeah, he threw a pick. Why'd he throw a pick? Because Saquon couldn't catch a damn I thought Peyton Manning was going to have a stroke.
You don't want to go to your wedding with a black eye. That's all I'm saying.
Also that. Bryce Young is 2-16. That's all well and good. Not a quarterback stat. Bryce Young is struggling right now. We all know that because we have televisions and eyeballs. We are all aware of this. That's not the reason that Bryce Young's not starting. Bryce Young's not starting for one reason. Max Crosby. That's it.
Yeah, that's
Max Crosby.
That is a good reason.
That's the reason.
That's a good reason.
Because if Max Crosby gets to Bryce Young and Bryce isn't getting the ball out, Max Crosby, man, we talk about Bryce and how he's broken and they got time to fix him, but they got to let him sit for a little while. See, the thing is when Lonzo and I say Bryce Young is broken, we mean metaphorically, emotionally, perhaps spiritually. And when I say Max Crosby will break Bryce Young, do you know how I mean it? Physically. Like legitimately, literally.
I think even us casuals know when you mention Max Crosby what you mean.
He's terrifying.
He's not.
He's terrifying.
He's not someone you want to even meet in person, probably in a restaurant, a bar, definitely not a dark alley. Yeah.
If somebody came to me and said, Rob, do you want to be on my bowling team? And I said, yeah, and I showed up and Max Crosby's on that team, I'd back out. No, thank you.
Yeah, you don't want to be a bad bowler on
Yeah,
Max Crosby's team.
Because I feel if I get a little excited and I over rotate a bowling ball and put it in the freaking gutter, Max Crosby might shank my bleep ass. Like on the spot. And you know what the thing is? Like Max Crosby would shank me and there ain't nobody else in the bar doing a damn thing about it.
Well,
Like whatever that guy did, he deserved
they
it.
might move you out of the way so they can
Yeah.
bowl the next frame, maybe.
If Max gives them permission, that man's horrifying. And I mean that in the most respectful way. If you ever stumble across this video, Max Crosby, I want you to know I have nothing but the utmost respect and admiration for you. And as a player, I'm sure you're a spectacular person. If you'd like to be president, I'll start the campaign. Whatever you need me to do to not murder me, because you terrify me. You terrify me as a person. When I talk about you, my internal body temperature drops out of fear.
I wonder what future Hall of Famer, that guy in New Orleans thinks about Max Crosby.
Derek Carr ain't afraid of damn nobody.
Well, he
Nobody.
actually was on that team, so I guess, yeah, he would know him well.
He would.
And they do play each other eventually.
Got to run to our break, but I do want to hear. Before we do what Mina Kimes has to say. Oh, I don't like this. I don't like. It's not that I don't like. I adore Mina Kimes. Mina Kimes is maybe my favorite NFL talking head. What I don't love is the way that when I said, let's hear what Mina Kimes had to say, Lonzo leaned over, put his elbow on desk, put his chin on elbow or on wrist, and just looked at me like, oh, you will not enjoy this.
I underestimated how big of an impact his height would have on his play. And watching the tape, it shows up.
Yeah.
Now, that's not to say he can't play quarterback in the league. It's going to have to look very different. And obviously, there are smaller quarterbacks, Kyler's balling out,
Sure.
who have very different qualities in terms of their mobility and arm strength. But that, to me, was a factor that I, hand up, truly
Overlooked.
underestimated.
Sure.
Okay. I'm not going to take that the wrong way. I'm not hurt by that. I'm not upset about that. Yeah, no, we heard it. You have to make it louder.
Well, yeah, I did because, you want to even across the board, and I had it too low.
So I'm not fine. I will take that and roll with it because, as she also pointed out, there have been and are other shorter. Kyler Murray just played a game with a perfect QBR.
Yeah, Kyler Murray's heard all the people talking about, hey, Marvin Harrison Jr. is open. And he went, hey, look. He
Son
is.
of a biscuit, he is.
He is open.
He
Let's
is.
hit him for a couple touchdowns and some stuff. Yeah.
And would you look at that, Kyler Murray, that we're 2 weeks in, all right, small sample size, we're 2 weeks in, but after 2 weeks, we can talk about Derek Carr and Patrick Mahomes and everybody else. We can talk about the elite upper echelon of quarterbacks, which right now is Mahomes and Derek Carr. Those are the best two quarterbacks in the league. Order is questionable. Actually, right now, I'd say the order is not questionable. I say right now, Derek Carr is the best quarterback in the league. Today. Not power ranked. Today. Not all time. Today.
I found that disrespectful, but go ahead.
Am I wrong? Today. He's outperformed every other quarterback in the league.
You're Mr. Stats guy, so you probably know something I don't know.
Yeah, I do. I know I've watched those games that he definitely is. But put that aside.
Both those teams are undefeated.
Both those teams are undefeated.
And I hope we face each other in the
Wins
Super
and losses
Bowl.
are not quarterback stats.
I hope we face each other
You know
in
what
the
are?
Super Bowl.
15 of 15 drives have been in the end zone for the New Orleans Saints. 47 and 44 points.
Correct me if I'm wrong, but they probably play each other because the South is playing the West. So
We do play you guys. Actually, I think we
Yeah.
play you guys in Arrowhead, as a matter of fact. So
Okay.
we'll see how that goes. I'll say we're better than the Bengals right now. All right? But put all that aside. Yeah. His height's a factor. I never said his height wasn't a factor. What I said was his height has to be accommodated for, and right now it's not. It's not. We're going to talk more about it because BY going to the BENCH. Andy Dalton get the QB1 nod this weekend. Say hi to Max Crosby for me, Andy. Good luck, Red Rifle. I wish you the best. I don't envy you. Back after this on the Rob Brown Show on the Fan Upstate.
Urban.
All right, guys, good morning. Quick live read, then we're coming right back, and I'll get my camera arm blurry. Stay right there. back to being adversaries.
Awful Announcing posted that 20 hours ago too, the hand-eye thing. Now I'm seeing the reactions of the people.
It's really funny.
Yes.
It's really funny. I got my email. Where's my email? Where's my email? What am I doing?
See, I get what you're saying, Gregory. But at the same time, I don't think it's going to happen. What if Andy Dalton comes in and wins a game? I mean, that's it could happen. He's an experienced veteran. Yes, he's old. He's 36, which is like the too old to be a quarterback unless you're Aaron Rodgers or Tom Brady.
Mm-hmm.
that is so wrong.
What's that?
I'll send it to you. Hold on.
Okay.
All right, I send it to you. Wow, Utah versus Oklahoma State. The quarterbacks, one of them's 25 and one of them's 24. Quarterback for Utah looks like a variant of Tony Stark.
Cam Rising?
Yeah.
Yeah. Speaking of, he does have the Stark facial hair.
Well, the expression they threw up there too. It's like if Tony Stark played football, this is what he would look like.
What was I about to say to you? And Jason's still my favorite Kelsey. This next segment of Sports Talk Radio has a visual component. No, I know that might be tough, and that's okay. Because my job as both a radio guy and as a B- list play-by-play broadcaster is to be able to paint for you a picture with words.
You're number 2 in the state of South Carolina. That's not bad. Okay, it's not bad. It's not bad.
Kind of number 3 now, if you think about it.
No.
If you think about it.
No.
Right?
You're not.
Think about it.
You got trophies. Somebody else does.
I do have some trophies. This next segment has.
There was no trophies this year, so you got a piece of paper.
Yeah, I don't like that. I was really, and you know what the worst part about that is I actually have, because I'm a egomaniacal jerk. I actually have a trophy shelf in the Bro Cave, and it sits up over the webcam. So when I'm doing shows at home, I'm staring at the trophies the whole time. All right. And here's the problem. We have 3 SCBA Sports Talk Radio Show of the Year award trophies. For those of you who haven't seen them, they're about a foot tall. It's crystal with a star on the top.
Heavier than what you think.
And they're not light. about a foot tall, so just kind of like a cone with a star on the top. And then when you receive merit, the AKA you're good, like you're good, like the you're good enough award. Up until this year, you got a little trophy. It's about 6 inches tall, and it's kind of just like a rectangle of crystal with your name etched on it, but still a nice little piece of hardware to have. And here's the problem: now I have 3 tall trophies and 1 short trophy. Not 2 short. I needed 2 short trophies so that I could have a symmetrical trophy. Now I have an asymmetrical trophy shelf, and it's killing me.
Well, there would have been 2 more short trophies, but one of them I absolutely was keeping. But that's the other reason why I'm just. Did you forget we got a merit for morning show of the year?
Yes,
that
is correct.
I did, by the way, keep the certificate for that.
You should.
Yeah,
you should. You do all the work that makes us a morning show.
Because I just love all of that stack of paper.
Now I got a damn asymmetrical. Okay, whatever. Listen, not the point. We're talking about Bryce Young.
Well, we'll fix that. No, we don't want more second places. We want more first places.
That's why we're going to talk about Bryce Young.
You put two first place trophies on either side and put the smaller one in the middle.
Yeah, I still have 1 more first place trophy. That's why it's asymmetrical. There's no design with 3 and 1.
No, we're going to win another one.
Oh, gotcha. Well, then I can do 2, and then the short one in the middle will be good.
There you go.
All right. Come to the stream right now. Facebook.com/TheFanUpstate. Go search The Fan Upstate on YouTube or the Rob Brown Show on Facebook, YouTube, or Twitch. All right. I'm gonna give you about 30 seconds to get to the stream. This is a video component. Okay. I'm gonna show you what I see in Bryce Young. I'm gonna give you some clips, and I am gonna take it back to the old school because I'm an old fool.
So that's what it is. Because I'm with other people who are saying like Joe, why is Alabama on our screen?
Because
now I get it. Okay.
The quarterback at the University of Alabama was for a very brief period of time Bryce Young, and he was quite good when he was there. So I'm gonna give you about 10 more seconds to get to the stream at Facebook.com/TheFanUpstate, The Fan Upstate on YouTube, The Rob Brown Show on Facebook, YouTube, or Twitch. All right, go find it. Get there, and let's talk about it. So I'm going to take you back to the University of Alabama. Game number 1, Bryce Young's starting year. This is against Arkansas. Just keep an eye on him. Back in the pocket. No issue standing in the pocket. Steps into the throw. That's a 40-yard bomb into the breadbasket. You're telling me he just can't do that anymore? Just can't do that anymore. All right, let's move ahead. This is against the University of Florida, OPT Dubs. On the road, 3rd and 3. BY rolls out to the right, evades pressure, little shovel pass right up the middle into the heart. No worries. You telling me he doesn't have that in the pocket? Out of the back of the end zone against Auburn. This year, Auburn had a pretty good defensive line and pass rush. What does Bryce do? Stand in the pocket, completely comfortable, avoid the pressure, slip up in the pocket, make his way to the line of scrimmage, hit a man crossing across it. You telling me he can't do it? He just lost this ability? Here's another one. In the pocket, 35-yard line, going in, same Auburn defense. Bang, on a rope over a defender. You're telling me he just can't do this anymore.
All right. Here's what he's not doing. He's not, and you talk about throwing lanes all the time. In these videos, he found them, whether it's stepping up where no one's in front of him where he could see, or there are lanes set up with the blocking so he could see through. That's not happening in the NFL.
He found them, or they just exist here. Because that's my point. When they exist, he finds them. He did it an entire season. And before I get smart-ass text number 1 that goes, well, Rob, it's college. They're not as good. I agree. The lanes are tighter. They're harder to find. They're harder to throw into. You got to be better, more accurate, more precise, etc. But the point here is look at the one I just played against Auburn. Watch this ball that he drops from 35 yards out on a dime over defenders. These are the throws he can make. Look at this one. I don't know what to tell you.
Everyone listening right now wishes that you were defending them in their worst of times, because you are such a Bryce Young defender to the point where nobody gets why.
Asking me, then answer my question. Are you telling me he just can't do this anymore? This just isn't in him. This dog don't hunt no more.
I am telling you that there's video evidence that he's shell-shocked and that mentally he needs a rest. Physically, I don't know. He hasn't proven that he can do it yet, but mentally he looks like he needs a rest. And if you want David Carr's brother, what happened to him, if you want that to happen to Bryce, then you leave him in there. But if you care about the kid and you want him to actually succeed, you got to sit him for a while.
Listen, I am fine with that. TBH, I'm 100% good. Here's BYU on the run. And in case you go, it's not NFL talent. This is Georgia's defensive line. It is NFL talent.
Did
It is.
Georgia win the national championship that year?
This was the year. This was, I believe, the SEC championship game from a couple of years back. But again, what's that got to do with Georgia having NFL talent?
Did Alabama win that game?
I don't remember.
Okay, I'm just.
But again, is win and loss a quarterback stat? No. Say it with me, class. No, it's not.
Yes and no.
No, it's
Yes
not.
and
No, it's not.
Yes and no.
No, it's absolutely not. It's absolutely not.
So nothing the quarterback does can cause the team to lose.
No, that's not what I said. That's not what I said. What I also mean is he ain't the only one on the field who is the only one that can do something that causes a team to lose. Yeah, Ryan Clark's looking like a Bond villain right now.
Dude, I like that though.
Again, I went and found yesterday. Somebody put up on Twitter. I'll give him credit for it in just a second. This is a 3.5 minute highlight reel of just BY
You know what? You
hitting
don't-
shot after shot after shot in the face of competition like Texas and Georgia.
What you don't see in there is any NFL. All you see is college stuff. There's
Right.
been plenty of guys that were, Tim Tebow, who you think was a horrible NFL quarterback,
Don't think. Watch them.
has more film than that about how good he was in
I
college.
agree. And which is why I said when Tebow came out, Tebow physically can't do it at the NFL. I believe, and I might listen. I acknowledge I still might be wrong about Bryce Young. I may still very much be wrong about Bryce Young, but here's what I am gonna say.
Tebow right now better quarterback than Bryce Young is. I mean, if you compare NFL career to NFL career, Tebow better career.
What I'm saying is when you make statements like that, you completely leave out the team he plays on. If I put Bryce Young on that Denver team, he would look better.
No.
Yes.
No, he wouldn't have.
Oh, he wouldn't with Brandon Marshall?
No, Tebow willed that team to a win.
Oh, God, I'm going to
don't-
be sick. Take us to break. I
It's
can't
such
with
a
that. I hate it.
a double standard, dude.
Take us to break. I'm out.
We're like in break. I mean, do you? All right, we'll be back, I guess.
If I will us to be.
Oh, omnipotent one, will you will us to come back from break? I'm guessing you don't want to go home and say, this vacation, it's been extended. You probably don't want to do that. That's, not that I would do that because I don't have that kind of power. I'm just saying. He who watches and listens is always there. I think I know he goes to bed listening. So
Goes to bed listening.
yes. I don't know if he has like 5 radios all tuned to all the different stations when he goes.
Does he listen to all the stations?
He listens to
Do
certain.
like a quick rundown of all of them?
He does listen to certain ones. So
So yesterday.
don't you be throwing no old Yeller comparisons out there, dude. Come on, Trey. That's another good point, Mason. Johnny Manziel, Zach Wilson, both good in college. Got to the NFL, couldn't do it. Johnny
again-
Manziel also short, if I recall.
Johnny Manziel was a guy that was not mentally prepared for the league, not in terms of his inability to process and see. He was an immature child.
Probably
And
still
it
is.
killed him. No, he's not. He's actually grown up quite a bit. There's a couple of interviews that have come out lately. He went on and he did one the other day where they were like, "Hey, talk to us about the NFL career," and he was like, "I will, but before I do and before I do anything else, I have to." Like he went on the record and made a very heartfelt apology to his ex-wife. He's like, "I screwed up. She deserved better than me. I thought I was this, that, and the other." Like he has clearly turned the corner. I'll tell you who else has. Baker Mayfield. Baker Mayfield sounds like an entirely different dude than he did when he came into the league. And it shows.
The only place that people said stuff about him was Cleveland. They didn't say anything bad about him in Carolina. They haven't said anything bad about him in in Tampa Bay. I just think it's Cleveland. And if you've been to Cleveland and spent any time in Cleveland, I've driven through Cleveland and had an attitude afterwards. I mean, it's Cleveland, man.
But again, if I'm gonna save it. We got one more discussion for it when we come back.
I was out to eat last night with the wife and the son and just happened to look at the X and went, oh, okay, that happened. Talking about Bryce Young.
Oh, yeah.
By the way, wings at Outback are, I know you're thinking, why would you go there and have wings? They are really good. I will go there sometimes and just buy apps like mushrooms and wings and blooming onions and that kind of stuff. And cheesy fries, like big old thing of cheesy fries. So I have like 4 wings and cheesy fries left over that I'm going to have when I go home. I'm actually looking forward to going home so I can have that. So if we could speed this along.
I haven't figured out time control yet, but I am working on it. Wait.
By the way, Trey, no, I'm not. And he's not done yet. I hope that he gets it right and is the quarterback that Nicole thought he was. And still, I know everybody, a lot of you people, I'm not talking specifically, not talking specifically to you, Trey, only have one team. I have 2 favorite NFL teams. My other one is Carolina. Got an NFC team, got an AFC team. Been to a ton of Carolina games back when they were winning. And it got too expensive. Right now, I don't have that excuse, though. Could very easily roll up to Charlotte and get in there pretty cheap. It is warm in here, man. It was just sticky because of the rain. Or maybe it's just me.
The Rob Brown Show continues. The Rob Brown Show continues. It is the Fan of State. Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen. Rob with the Great Malonzo with you. Close. Friday.
She was stumbling like you, but she pulled it together like you're going to.
Checks out. So if you missed it, last night it was announced that the Carolina Panthers have benched Bryce Young for at least this week's contest against the Raiders.
Who did it? Because there's a lot of speculation online, and those guys are always right.
And that's the ramification of Dave Tepper and Nicole Tepper operating the team that they have operated for as long as they've operated it the way that they've operated it. I also had the exact same question out of the gate. Was this a Canales decision? Because there's something that was very interesting after the game the other day. Dave Canales said, we're all frustrated. But Bryce Young's my quarterback, man. He said on Sunday afternoon, Bryce Young is our quarterback. Bryce Young is the quarterback of this team. 24 hours later, 26 hours later, doesn't matter. Some amount of hours later, that was roughly a day. It just came out of nowhere after a press conference that Dave Canales was flipping it up and announcing that Andy Dalton was going to get the nod. Canales was asked if Dalton might play. Here was the first answer.
Will he start next week? Bryce, our quarterback. We're going to just continue to shore up and fix the things we need to fundamentally from a scheme standpoint. All those things. These are all valuable reps. These are all valuable games. We'll learn a lot from this game, and hopefully we'll take another step this week.
And then 24 hours later, Canales said,
"This was on me. My bad."
And they're going the other way. So
I know who Canales reminds me of now.
R-Truth.
No.
Oh.
Hi, guys.
Oh, you should have told me.
Hi guys.
Doesn't he have?
Damn it, Lonzo.
He has. He has learning tree energy.
Damn
doesn't
it,
he?
Lonzo. Yesterday, here I'll tell you what. Here is the first minute of the press conference where Canales said that they're moving on to AD.
As we go into Las Vegas to play the Raiders, sitting Bryce down here, after yesterday, just went home, watched the film, had some conversations with coaches, with Dan Brandt. So had to gather a lot of information through this morning and made that decision after looking at it that this is the best decision for our group, for our team going forward.
Dave, how difficult is it to evaluate a roster when you guys are not moving the ball down the field, not just on offense, but the entire product?
Yeah, there's a lot of factors. We want to play more football. A lot of factors that go into it, for this decision, and ultimately just kind of lands on my shoulders to be able to make the best decision for our group, to give us our best chance to win this week. And we focus on the weeks, we focus on the challenge at hand, and we feel like Andy gives us our best chance to meet the challenge.
So Rashad and I talked a little bit about this yesterday. And I kind of got my wish because I said that one of the things that I'm very interested in, if Andy Dalton gets the nod, is does this team look dramatically better, or does this team look a little bit better and a little bit better that there is still what I would consider to be a window where it is fair to ask, would Bryce Young be able to accomplish the same thing if he had development time? Because I think there's very little that Lonzo and I have agreed on this, but we do agree that BY looks broken, and he looks broken because he has not had the opportunity to develop. He just hasn't. He hasn't had the chance to play on a good team with a consistent coach and a consistent coordinator and actually grow as a quarterback. And so it makes all the sense in the world that he'd be struggling. So I'm going to say this. If Andy Dalton checks in on Sunday against the Raiders, and Andy Dalton is moving the ball up and down the field, right? He's hitting guys. Guys are open. Guys are getting him the rock. He's getting guys the rock. He's got passing lanes. He's got good blocking. He's got guys that are crisp out of the break. If these things happen and Andy Dalton comes in there and looks like a whiz kid against the Raiders in the face of a pretty good pass rush, even if that team day, the Raiders did win this weekend, by the way.
Yeah, that was kind of an upset.
Yeah, kind of an upset. So if Andy Dalton comes in and this team just looks dramatically better, by the way, over the Ravens. Sorry, I guess we should clarify not just that they won, but who they won against. They beat the Ravens. They beat the Ravens in Baltimore. It's a good team. It's a good team.
You mean that the team that hasn't won a game this
That's
year?
the one, the 0-2 Super Bowl favorite Baltimore.
Think that's a good team?
Yeah, I do. I think they'll lay it down on Dallas this
I
weekend.
think wins matter. I don't know. What if they go 0-3?
I'll be shocked.
Might be a hardball on his way out.
And it ain't Jim. So if Andy Dalton comes in and this team looks, competent, mediocre, mid, as the kids say. If this team looks
what if
mid,
they actually win?
first off, it's absolutely on the table. But again, I mean, if they win, congrats, Andy Dalton. You're QB1 now. Officially on the depth chart, you're 1. If Andy Dalton comes in and makes it obvious that the problem is only Bryce Young, I'm going to be real glad I'm off next week. Okay? Be real glad I'm off next week. I'll see y'all the Monday after that. We'll break it down. If he does not win, and more importantly, not even win, because again, wins and losses are not quarterback stats. That's a team stat. If Andy Dalton comes out, Lonzo, and this team just stinks, you know what I'm not going to hear? You know what I'm not going to listen to? What I'm not going to listen to when I get back is all of you checking in going, actually, Andy Dalton's cooked. Actually, he's bad now.
But are we in New York all of a sudden? I mean, I know we got people coming down.
No, that's
here
not
from
New York. That's not New York. New York will
Jersey,
be,
maybe.
hey, Andy Dalton's cooked. Get this bum off the field.
By the way, there'll be 2 games that will happen before you get back.
There are.
So
that is correct. We will get them against the Raiders, and we will get them against the Bengals. And by that point, actually, I was going to say the Bengals should be good and healthy by then, but there's a little drama in the Jamar Chase world right now. Apparently, Jamar told the Bengals, hey, you guys can go yourselves. I'm not negotiating with you in the season. You lied to me. You lied to me. I'm out. I'm not doing it. And it's just decided now he's going to go ahead and walk. So we'll see what breaks in the Bengals world between here and a matchup with Carolina next week. But if Andy Dalton comes out and he stinks, will you all, not next Monday, the Monday after that when I come back, will you all that are busting me up right now be texting into the show and going, oh gosh, right. You were right, Rob. Maybe the team does stink. Maybe it is a lot on the team. I'm not saying there's no fault on Bryce, but I'm saying Bryce can't get better when he's on an ass team.
Let me project here. If Andy Dalton loses, here's what you will hear is that it would have been worse if Bryce was playing.
I'm sure there will be plenty of.
Hey, there's this thing. There's this thing that doesn't happen that much for the Panthers. It's called touchdowns.
Mm-hmm.
So if some of those were to happen in the next couple of games, that's kind of an improvement.
Look, again, I have said to you all the time, life's on a spectrum. There is no black, there is no white, there are only varying shades of gray. All right? If Andy Dalton comes out and throws 1 touchdown this weekend, is that a better performance than Bryce Young? You're damn right it is. Just number. It is. Is that something that I'm going to look at and go, no, somebody move Bryce Young out of Charlotte right now because clearly he ain't it. No.
What if Dalton hits a touchdown in a tight window between 2 defenders and it's just an amazing throw? Will you at least give him some credit?
Andy Dalton will get credit. Andy Dalton will get credit. You know who else got credit for me? I can go back and prove it. You know who else got credit for me? Baker Mayfield got credit for me. Sam Darnold got credit for me. When I went, these guys are better than you think that they are, but they're on booty cheeks teams. Baker was on a booty cheek team when he was in Cleveland. He was on a booty cheek team when he was in Charlotte.
By the way, I just want to point out that you and I both agreed on that on the air.
For sure.
But we are not agreeing on this. And I just I have major concerns that Bryce Young will ever do anything in the NFL.
That's fine. That's fine. There ain't nothing but time that can tell. But here's what I do know. Baker Mayfield came to Carolina. He was not great. Not great. Wasn't the QB of the future. Immediately leaves, goes to a competent team, kicking ass, making $100 million a year. Sam Darnold comes to Carolina from another booty cheeks team in the New York Jets. Shows up to Carolina, does not do great. Gets run out of Charlotte. ends up on a competent team up in Minnesota. I'm a dumb person. I got a bad memory, as Lonzo can attest. What did Sam Darnold do this weekend?
Yeah, but his road to get there, he had another stop in between. But yeah,
As a backup,
right?
and he was a backup in Minnesota, and then he got the nod, and now they're probably going, JJ Mahu, who? Because Sam Darnold is out there balling out. It's a redemption year for Sammy D, and all he did was take a team that the minute J.J. McCarthy went down, everybody said, oh, that's it. They're out of that division. No chance now. Sam Darnold's better than J.J. McCarthy. I'd have told you that before the season started. I'm sorry, who was it that was saying if Minnesota's not a bunch of clowns, they'll start Sam Darnold over J.J. McCarthy? The point
Don't
here
pat
is
yourself on the back too hard. You may have trouble, extending your hand in the wedding.
the point here, kids, is that of your last three quarterbacks, two of them got run up out on a rail. Baker went to Tampa Bay. Sam Darnold went to Minnesota. Baker Mayfield's making $100 million a year. Sam Darnold just beat the 49ers. Baker Mayfield just beat the Detroit Lions, and combined since they left in games they've played, 46 touchdowns, 14 interceptions between the two of them. My point here is, you know how I used to make a joke back in the day when Taylor Swift was on her run of X's, and she put out like 3 albums in a row that were just full of breakup songs, right? And I made as a joke on the air many years ago the fact that Taylor Swift should have a concept album. Taylor should really evaluate all these breakup albums she made, and she should write an album called Maybe It's Me. All right? Carolina, maybe it's you. Maybe it's you, because you keep having quarterbacks that leave you, go somewhere else, and are being wildly successful. So, what's more likely? That Sam Darnold and Baker Mayfield left Carolina and then just miraculously, suddenly, became quarterbacks that could beat Detroit and San Francisco on the road and throw 46 and 14 touchdown to interception ratio and make $100 million contracts. Or maybe when they were in Charlotte, the franchise sucked around them and you just let them fester. And if those two things, two quarterbacks, are a reality, do you want to know what I hope? Here's what I hope. And then I'm going to shut up so we can go to break. Here's what I hope. If you guys ruin this cat, and you don't give him a chance, and you don't continue to build this team, and you just let it fester, you know what I hope against hope? I hope he leaves, and I hope he goes somewhere else, and I hope he kicks your ass. That's what I hope. I don't root against Carolina. Never have. Never have. Even when I was just a rival, not a radio guy, I didn't root against you because I like your team. I respect your team. But if you run this kid out of town on a rail before you ever give him a chance on a decent football team, I hope he goes somewhere and he makes you hurt. Lonzo is the best at sport flashes. I got nothing.
Anyone else hear Rob sound like Fire Marshal Bill?
Wow.
Maybe it's just me. Kirk Cousins led his Atlanta Falcons to victory over the Philadelphia Eagles 22-21 last night with a game-winning drive in the waning moments of Monday. Cousins was 5 of 6 for 70 yards on the final drive and 20 of 29 for 241 and 2 touchdowns in the game. Bijan Robinson led all rushers with 97 yards on 14 carries. You should have seen how Rob actually wrote that. Former South Carolina Gamecocks and current San Francisco 49er Deebo Samuel will join running back Christian McCaffrey on the unavailable list, though he will not be added to the official injured list, according to head coach Kyle Shanahan. Also, Shanahan. And Shanana. Tune in this Saturday at 4:30 as the Furman Paladins take on the William and Mary Tribe. It's Furman versus William and Mary right here on your home for Paladins football. It is us, the Fan, upstate. Yes, I worked the word waning into my sports flash because I wanted to. I have to look up more words in the dictionary. or the thesaurus. Nah, once a week is enough for that, Wesley. And I hadn't done that in a while. Something like that, you only pull it out of the arsenal every once in a while, just to, liven things up. It's already live today. We don't need that.
No, Wesley, he should not do that. Or anything like it. No feet should be on desk anywhere unless you work at home by yourself in a home office.
So you're saying when you're at home that you put your feet up on your desk?
No, I do not.
Okay, well, you just said it was
Don't put
okay.
them on a coffee table. Don't put them on a regular table.
I do believe I've seen that. I do believe. I've been in the South too long.
I do believe, I do declare.
AmericanEagle.com at 773 Network. That's AmericanEagle.com 773 Network. The Fan. Upstate. WYRD Greenville. WORD Spartanburg. WFBC HD Greenville. W249DL Greenville. W246CB Spartanburg. Upstate. Odyssey Sports Station.
Whoa.
Bum, bum, bum. Wesley, we are not driving away. We are actually staying where the reception is. So we will be doing our farewell and going straight into our room.
Didn't need all those details.
Hour number 2 of the Rob Brown Show goes now. Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen. This is the Fan Upstate. How do you do, Upstate South Carolina? Hello, America. What up, world? Great to be with you. Happy Tuesday. Hope all is well. Except for Wesley and Trey. I hope you both stub your toe.
Yeah, you guys are being brutal.
You guys are being weird.
I mean, you should be congratulatory because Rob is getting married, and this is the last day you're going to see him or hear from him for a while. And don't, I mean, try to be nice. I know it's difficult. I'm struggling with it.
Welcome to the internet. Everybody's a terrible person.
By the way, both of you guys are valued members of the Armada and not terrible people.
For sure. For sure. You're just pretending to be right now on the internet. Stop doing that. All right. Be a better person.
All right, I changed my mind now. He called you guys out. He just full throttle.
Okay, you're joining them. All right. We have got a lot to get to, a lot to talk about. Coming up at 9 o'clock this morning, Lulu Kesson from the Greenville News covers the South Carolina Gamecocks. She'll join us, give us her thoughts on the South Carolina LSU game from this weekend and what she would like to see out of this team. Oh, what she would like to see out of USC on the BYE. It was right there. I almost blew right past it.
What's the BYE?
The bye week.
The
bye week.
I didn't realize it was a bye.
It is a bye.
Okay.
Off this week. Akron out of the gate after that. And then they go into the meat and potatoes of the SEC season after that. They've got, 4 consecutive top 25 games, and I think 6 of them left. No, I'm lying to you. It's Akron this week, then the bye week. Got it backwards. That's on me.
Okay. All right.
They got Akron.
All right.
I assume Robbie Ashford will start. Lenora Sellers will then get the benefit of the Akron week off and the bye week off. Then October 5th, Ole Miss, number 5, Alabama, number 4, Oklahoma, number 15, A&M, number 25. Then they're at Vandy. By the way, Vandy, the team that beat Virginia Tech, turned around and lost to an FCS team in Georgia Southern last week. Then they're against number 7, Mizzou, who I think is the most overrated team in the country. They're at home against Wofford, and then they're on the road at Clemson to end the year.
Yeah, give the weapon a couple weeks to
for
get
sure.
repaired, and then let's do this thing.
Oh, for sure. Could not agree with you more. Sit him down this weekend. No point, no sense in trotting him out this weekend if you don't have to. So we got a lot to talk about. Lulu Kesson, as we mentioned, 9 o'clock. Hayden Ask Mario at 9:20 to talk some NFL football with us. That's coming up very shortly. Whatever else you guys want to get to, it's up to you. As Lonzo pointed out, I am out tomorrow until the 30th of September.
We are.
Well,
I mean, I get the whole thing that you just think about you, but it's we because some of them might be tuning in for me. They could be a couple people maybe.
So do the show.
Maybe 3. I'm not good enough, and that's not my fault. Some of us are blessed with talent, and some of us are not.
I mean, I wasn't, but I'm gonna take it. I'm gonna keep pretending as long as they pay me to.
You're doing an award-winning job.
That's also true. You're not wrong.
I
about
just
that.
pushed the buttons.
So if you want in, now's the time to get in. I will be gone. We will be gone.
Plus, I'm on vacation too, so it is a we thing.
Yeah, I realize that now. I remember that now.
Or like the 10,000 times that I've told you that I'm on vacation too. I get you should be self-centered because of what you're about to do. It's a big step. It's an amazing thing. It's a wonderful feeling, and it should be all about you. And I apologize for throwing myself in there.
We sat last night. Last night was pick the music night. Well, we almost got divorced before we got married. Just pick it. It wasn't that bad. I'm being dramatic. It wasn't that bad. I'm going to tell you.
I'll say you're going to talk that way. Maybe you need to leave a little bit earlier.
I am going to tell you. I think what we have hit, Zoe, and those of you who have been married, I'm sure understand this. We have hit the stress is real level of the whole thing. We have hit the it's because now it's not just real, but even though there obviously has always been a deadline, the deadline is 4 days from now. And so when you're having to make these decisions, because now you have to make decisions, you got to make the decisions quickly, and you don't have time to make the decision and let it stew for a couple of days.
All right, I'm going to go with you're the reason why it's last second that you procrastinate.
No
things. I'm just saying
it's definitely for the aspects that we were dealing with last night is definitely a we thing, right? Like we had a conversation with our DJ. We're doing half the reception is the band, half's the DJ, and we had our phone call to discuss how everything was going to flow with the DJ last week. DJ! Correct. We had our conversation with the DJ last week, and yet he sent us, a little sheet, and it's fill out the songs you know you want for like, you know,
Like a playlist.
yeah.
Okay.
What's the family members walking out to during the ceremony? What's the bride walking out to? What's the groom coming out to? Who's this? Who's that? Whatever. We went with he sent us over a sheet to fill out with what we wanted played and when. And then he's like, send me a list of songs you know you have to have played at your reception and songs that you absolutely do not want played at your reception. Songs that you will not have at your reception so I can build the list. I'm like, great. And so we got that form to fill out on Sunday night. And I brought it up Monday. I'm like, hey, we gotta come up with this, right? We got to think about this. And so we said, all right, Tuesday night, Monday night, tomorrow night, Monday night, we'll sit down, we'll fill this whole thing out. So it got to be last night, went home yesterday, kind of packing up, organizing, making sure we got everything. Because like I said, my nightmare is that we get down there and they go, where's the ring? And I go, on the kitchen countertop in Greenville. And we got a big problem, right? So it's like going over this checklist over and over. She goes, we got to fill out the music. And I went, great. Have you thought about what you want? And she went, I haven't thought about this at all today. Neither have I. And we got to have them to it. Like we got to have it to them tonight. So last night turned into trying to have like these deep conversations about, you know, what do we want our family members to walk out to? And what are you going to walk on? What do I want to walk out to? And what songs are we going to have playing during the pre-ceremony when everybody's standing around waiting for us? And what are we going to have when we walk down, blah, 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 blah. And you're trying to like come up with stuff that is.
By the way, I've never heard anyone doing all the things that you're doing. And that's unique to you, I think. So, and that's cool.
Oh, it's at most of the weddings I've been to.
Okay. All right. Well, I guess that, different socioeconomic
I know
levels
like
here.
There is the element that it is to some degree a non-traditional wedding, right? It's non-traditional. We're not doing all the normal things. It's a semi-non-traditional wedding. So like she doesn't want Here Comes the Bride as her, she don't want the Bridal March as her song. It's boring. She don't want that. It's boring.
I bet there's a metal version that would be.
She don't want that either though.
Okay.
She wants something that's like, low-key romantic, acoustic guitar, whatever. So she's going back and forth about what she wants. But last night we had to write it down. And then we wrote it down, sent it to the DJ, and then immediately started second guessing everything. And that's just where we are right now, right? It's like decisions made, it's final. This is what we're doing, and this is how we're doing it. And stop thinking about it, but you can't, right? You can't. Do we have the chairs lined up the right way?
The DJ like loses your number for a couple of days.
No, he's actually a buddy of mine that's doing it.
Which still could lose your number for a couple of days.
Nah, I'll tell you what he did tell me yesterday, because I sent him this and I texted him. I'm like, hey, dude, it's in your inbox. Like, give it a once over, look at it. And he goes, I got it. You're good. Do not think about this for the rest of the week. I got it. And I was like, word. I'm going to try. Didn't matter. Within like 3 minutes, I'm like, did we pick the right? Did I do that? Did we do that? Zach says, stone cold entrance for Rob. Kinda. My entrance to our entrance. Oh God, I got to stop doing that. Our entrance to the reception is Space Odyssey 2021. 2001. I keep doing that.
Yeah, you do. That's weird.
Because it's like Space Odyssey, supposed to be futuristic. 2001 was friggin' forever ago.
It was back in the day
right?
when the book was written.
I know. 2001: A Space Odyssey. We picked that one obviously because it doubles up.
By the way, there is a Space Odyssey going on right now. The two astronauts who can't come home.
I've been following it. It's very dramatic and very interesting. We'll be walking into the reception to 2001: A Space Odyssey. It serves a dual purpose, obviously. For me, Ric Flair's walkout music. For her, South Carolina Gamecock hype song, right? Entrance song. So we got our stuff. We got it figured out. But also, we just hit the point last night, really 2 nights ago, where we're like, are we good? I don't think we're good. Are we good? I'm good. Are you good? I don't think I'm good. I don't think I'm good. So we'll see. We'll see how it goes. All right, that's enough about it.
So at what point would you like to jump ahead in time? Like to Christmas or Thanksgiving?
No, to Saturday. I'm excited about it. Like, I'm excited. And I told her, I think once she works today, she's off tomorrow. I work today, I'm off tomorrow. I said, I think once we get everything in the car and we get down there, right? Because we get there tomorrow at like 6:30, 7 o'clock at night. I think once we get there and we get everything in the house and we get everything organized to where we know everything's there, we know where everything is, Rob doesn't have to get in his car on Thursday, drive back to Greenville because we forgot something, whatever. Once we get here and we get everything done and everything's in order, I think it'll be a lot better. And I think I think Thursday, Friday, Saturday are going to be a breeze. We're going to have a ball on Saturday. It's going to be a blast. Open bar reception, obviously. Like, it's going to be a great time. But I think these last 2 days before we get down there and get settled in are just, that's the worst. It's the worst. That being said, I am very excited about it. So I'll see you guys on the 30th. Hey, we're very late in the segment. 1 minute apiece, the speed run edition of the water cooler cheat sheet.
Are you ready for the playbook of the peculiar, the almanac of the absurd, and the encyclopedia of the extraordinary? Well, you better be, because we're diving headfirst into the 3 top stories that will have your coworkers saying,
Great, you guys. I'm going home.
where they take their first bathroom break.
No. Here we go.
Welcome to the water cooler cheat sheet on the Fan Upstate.
2-minute drill. I'm getting each story done in less than 2 minutes. All right. Item number 1. The series against the LA Dodgers, 4 games, started out exceptionally well for the Atlanta Braves, had a lot of hits, put up a lot of runs, beat the tar out of the Dodgers, and then they turned around and got the tar beat out of them for the second 2 games. They let the Dodgers score 9 yesterday for the second time in a row. A 9-0 shutout victory for the Dodgers over the Atlanta Braves. Max Fried went 6 innings, gave up 2 hits and just 3 runs, K'd 7, and then Baseball Hernandez went to the bump for 1 out, surrendered 3 earned runs. They replaced him after just 1 out with Aaron Bummer, who went 2 outs and also surrendered 3 runs. All 6 runs came just in the 7th inning. On the flip side, offensively, the Braves, once again, the bats have disappeared. Just 4 hits in this game. Here's the wild thing. The Dodgers also had just 4 hits in this game. That's insane to me. The Dodgers had 4 hits. However, off those 4 hits, they accumulated 9 runs. That came partially because of 7 walks in this game, which is, and I've done the math, too many walks in that one. They also had a couple of errors that were contributed to or attributed to the Atlanta Braves. So the Bravos find themselves after a 9-0 loss on a 4-hit game. It just doesn't make sense. Unfortunately for Atlanta, they have dropped to 81 and 69 in the wild card race that moves them now out of a wild card position. They are now a full game back of the New York Mets. If there is good news for the Atlanta Braves, it's the fact that is a 3-horse race for 2 spots. The Arizona Diamondbacks also lost last night. They are just 1 game up on the Mets, 2 games up on the Braves. The Braves ain't dead. They're hurt, but they ain't dead. We'll see if they can flip it around. That's 1:53. Item number 2. The Atlanta Falcons avoid an 0-2 start to the season with a 22-21 walk-off win over the Philadelphia Eagles last night. Kirk Cousins got the ball with a deficit with less than a minute and a half left to play. It took him 65 seconds to hit a completion of 26 yards, a completion of 21 yards, and then to find Drake London in the back right corner of the end zone for the go-ahead tutty. There was an excessive celebration, unsportsmanlike conduct on Atlanta, so Kim had to knock that thing through from like forever away, but he did it.
It was 48 yards. By the way.
48 yards on the extra point. But he knocked
I
it
watched
through.
it this morning, so that's why I know.
Knocked it through. Atlanta takes a 22-21 lead, and then Jalen Hurts and the boys couldn't finish it up. Now, here's the fun part. Jalen and them, no reason to lose this game. 3rd and 3. Jalen Hurts hits Saquon Barkley in the hands. He bobble hands it, drops the ball. If Saquon Barkley gets that first down, game over, man. Game over. They bleed the clock dry. Philly.
Game over, man. It's game over.
Oh, that was very fitting. Philly goes to 2-0. Atlanta goes to 0-2 instead. Kirk Cousins got the ball back with brass rocks time, and he drove him the length of the field, popped it into the end zone, finished the night 20 of 29 for 241 and 2 touchdowns. Bijan Robinson was good. 14 carries, 97 yards, averaged almost 7 yards per carry in this one. Saquon had another night. 95 yards on 22 carries. Could not score, though. Jalen Hurts, 22 of 30 for $183, 1 touchdown, and 1 interception. Atlanta improves to 1-1 after a Monday Night Football victory. Kirk Cousins' 4th Monday Night Football victory in 17 tries. A minute 49, item number 3. Bryce Young hitting the pine this weekend. Dave Canales announced last night during a press conference that the team has decided that they will sit last year's number 1 overall quarterback draft pick and instead go with the Red Rifle, Andy Dalton, who will get his first start since around this exact same time last year when he took over for an injured Bryce Young. This stat is wild, and it blows my mind that somebody went and found it. Bryce Young is the first number 1 overall draft pick to be benched within his first 2 seasons for non-injury related purposes in the modern draft era. The first number 1 overall quarterback pick to be benched not for an injury in the modern era.
Congrats on making history, Bryce.
I mean, he absolutely did. Had a career bad day against the Chargers last weekend. A career low, 6.4 QBR. BY's QBR through 2 games is 8.3, by far the worst in the league amongst qualified quarterbacks. He is 2-16 as a starter, even though wins and losses are not a quarterback stat. They're tracked anyway. They lost to the Panthers and the Chargers by a combined score of 73-13 so far. Andy Dalton said that he did not know if he would get another opportunity, but looks to make the most of it. I can't imagine he wouldn't. And now the question is, do the Panthers come out, look dramatically different, dramatically better, and we put Bryce Young to bed just 18 games into his career? Or does Andy Dalton come out, also struggle, also play bad football, and maybe, just maybe, we say what Rob Brown's been saying the whole time, which is Taylor Swift, Carolina Panthers? Maybe it's you. 1 minute, 53 seconds. We take a break. I am Rob Brown, the great Malonzo on the 1s and 2s. We got to talk some college football when we come back on the Rob Brown Show on the Fan Upstate. Thank you, Zach. That's very kind of you. Appreciate it, buddy. Braden, I genuinely appreciate that advice, man. We've been told that a couple of times, and we have both said like we are going to make some time to just sit and breathe and look around and take it in. But I appreciate the advice. I think it's fantastic advice. The our photographer told us that one of the things that she will do is she will, at some point during the reception, she will pull us off to the side to take a photo, but really it's just to give us a second to kind of stand off to the side of the reception and look at it and just watch it and appreciate it. We also got told once you are done with the ceremony, before you leave, to turn and look back at the crowd and just take it in for a second. The number one thing that the fiance has asked for is, I'm going to sit down and I'm going to eat. I'm not, because the one thing that we have heard more than anything else,
We didn't get to eat. And
That's
all the food was
Yep.
gone. And so we didn't eat till later.
Yep.
At the hotel room because we couldn't go on the honeymoon.
Yep.
We ordered pizza.
Yep.
I mean, because
Everyone we have talked to has said, no matter what happens, make sure you cut out some time to sit down and eat.
especially if you're
because-
paying for all that food.
Exactly.
You'd like to enjoy some of it, probably.
Exactly. Thank you, William. Appreciate you, buddy. Yeah, we're going to take about a 15-minute break to just go sit in the room and enjoy before we come out. We'll hang out, we'll do our dances, and then we're eating. So obviously there is a lot of discussion still ongoing about the South Carolina LSU game. And I think it's very fair to talk about. I put up a tweet earlier this week, and that tweet said, I'm not one of these guys that gets dramatic. Oh, hey, put a skirt on them. If you can't hit them, well, let's just play flag football. Football's still a very, very violent sport.
Why does that guy sound like he's from the 30s?
Because
you went way back.
That's my default. You sound like an old guy yelling, "Get off my lawn" voice. That's not how every "get off my lawn" guy sounds, but in my head they do. So that's the kind of tone to me that comes across. And because of that, I put up a tweet. I said, I'm not a put skirts on them guy, but LSU's quarterback, Garrett Nussmeier, was absolutely making a run at the ball carrier well after the pick. And after looking at the hit a few dozen times, this absolutely should not have been called active defender, and the hit was all shoulder. Hashtag Gamecocks got screwed. And I put up a still from the hit. I put it on the stream yesterday. If you want to see it, go to my Twitter page, twitter.com/TheRobBrownShow. Put it on my Twitter page, and it is very obvious that the hit came palms of the hand to the shoulder. Now, the only argument is, was it a blindside block? And I am going to say, I think blindside blocks are something that are very hard to legislate. I think they're super subjective. And I think that, again, the one goal of every sports officiating outlet, rulemaking committee, should always be to remove as much subjectivity as is possible from the officiating of a game. I do not want referees ever to be forced to make a decision about whether or not to throw a flag or blow a whistle or hand out a card based on subjectivity. I understand that to some degree it's unavoidable. There are just always going to be things in sports where a referee is going to have to utilize his discretion, which is why I have said I am very pro robo-umps, but I also don't want to take the referees off the field because there are just going to be spots where subjectivity is required, okay? I'm not the only one who has been saying officiating is starting to hurt, not just sports, but specific sports individually, college football being one of them. CBS's Josh Pate.
College football is the greatest sport on the face of the earth. I love it. I will fight for it. It is a multi-billion-dollar sport with the most nickel and dime officiating arm that you could ever imagine. We are so far behind on accountability and standard of officiating. I'm not saying these are bad people. In fact, I don't even think they're doing the wrong thing. I think they've been put in a no-win position as well. Because I will guarantee you, after what happened with Tua the other night, I will guarantee you there were Friday conference calls with those league offices, and those league offices talked to their officiating crews, and they just flat out told them, guys, there are eyes on us that aren't normally on us. We have got to enforce stuff. We've got to make it abundantly clear we're protecting the players. Well, you're not. You're just screwing the players because there were games decided. There were outcomes decided on some of these calls yesterday. And imagine being these coaches. You only get 12 of these games. Like I said, it's not like game 3 of a 4-game set, Braves Reds in mid-July, and bang, bang, call at third base goes against us. We'll get them tomorrow. You get 12 of these games. There is no more LSU South Carolina. Like, that's it. And so Shane Beamer's got to sit there, get his team ready, build up the entire fan base, place is on fire. You're up 17-0. It's a dogfight in the fourth quarter. And that garbage decides the game in all likelihood. And then you know you're going to get fined by the league office if you tell the truth. And so what's your recourse? Your recourse is, well, you file a bunch of grievances. Best case scenario, the league office says what they should all the time, which is our officials screwed up. And, but by the way, we can't change the outcome of the game. So you still lose, but here we'll stroke you on the cheek and say, we messed up. What do you tell the players?
Yeah, that's it. That's it. And that is why I have always argued the goal should be taking as much subjectivity out of the game as is possible. And I do think, I want to be very clear. I have told you guys in the past, Jason Autry, who is the official that was the referee that was in charge of that crew on Saturday, I worked with him for a year and a half. I worked for him. Well, not for him. I worked with him alongside him for about a year and a half. And I will tell you that Jason Autry is one of my favorite coworkers of all time. He is an incredibly nice human being. He is somebody who believes in accountability. He is somebody, and I can say this after having, again, worked with him personally. He is a dude that I watched people call his department and say, I have a problem. There were other department heads when I worked there. There were other department heads when there was a problem. They would call me and they would say, I need a press statement. I need you to write me a press release. I need you to set up an interview. Immediately what they started to do was to figure out, how do I make this about me? How do I take advantage of this situation? I can tell you for a fact, Jason never did that. You know what Jason did? Jason called whoever the hell he needed to call to get the problem fixed. The dude's a good guy. But I also think, number one, his crews have made mistakes. There was a game in 2020, the COVID year. A game in 2020, Arkansas and Auburn, if I recall correctly, where I want to say intentional grounding call was made at the end of the game. And the grounding call effectively gave Auburn a win. And after the grounding call, the Southeastern Conference came out and said, our crew got it wrong. You think they reversed the result of that game? Do you think they went back and changed it in the record book? Do you think they went back and said, actually, Arkansas wins and we're going to check? No, they don't. They can't. There's nothing that can be done. All they can do in that spot, and if I recall correctly, what they did do was apologize to Arkansas for the call being incorrect, and I think Autry's crew got suspended for a week. And what else do you do, right? But I also think the opposite side of that is what Pate just said. The opposite side of that is these refs who aren't bad people. They're not. At least, I can't say all of them. The one that we're talking about, not a bad guy. I like Jason a lot. I haven't spoken to him in a number of years. I feel like if I had Jason Autry's number, I could call him right now and he'd be like, I feel sick about this, right? Whether he believes the call was correct or not, he feels sick about the controversy because he doesn't like that. Autry stood in the room once. I was asking him questions about it. And he was telling me how with his officiating crew, one of the things that they go through every single week is their method of communications. They have down to a science who talks when and how. And he told me, watch me give calls. I'm very crisp, precise, and clear because I take this very seriously, and I think he does. But as Pate just said, and I think he's spot on. As Josh Pate just said, I think that they are put into some no-win situations. I think that because here's the thing. Flip that around. Let's say that hit on Nussmeier isn't called. Let's say that play stands. Eamon takes it 102 yards back to the house, pick six. South Carolina wins the game. What do you think sports radio in Baton Rouge, Louisiana sounds like on Monday?
It never would have been shown on TV, so no one would have known.
I disagree entirely.
If it wasn't a flag, it would not have been shown on TV. No one would have known it happened.
It would have, only because images of the quarterback being Peter Griffined on the field, or if nothing else, would have gone viral. Somebody would have had it up. It'd have been seen. And I think you'd have woken up on Monday in Baton Rouge, Louisiana, and the Baton Rouge counterpart of Rob Brown would have been taking calls from a bunch of people going, I can't believe they didn't call that. We got screwed. They killed our quarterback. It was unnecessary roughness. It was this, it was that. The conversation would have been the exact same, but the opposite way had the call gone the opposite way.
I think you're the only one on the station that feels that way. I had a conversation with Cole yesterday. I don't know what Diesel thinks about it, but
In what world, if a quarterback takes a blindside hit,
wasn't a quarterback.
He's a quarterback who is playing. Lonzo, what position does Demario Davis play?
Don't know.
Linebacker. Do we say he's not a line? No, he's a linebacker who plays defense.
When you throw an interception, you are no longer a quarterback. You're a defender trying to stop the ball carrier, who is now an offensive player, from scoring. That makes you a defender. You are not a quarterback after you throw an interception. You are a defender.
When somebody gets in
That's
the
why
back,
it's never been called in the history of football until last Saturday.
if somebody gets in the back of my vehicle and gives me money to take them somewhere, my car's a taxi. It's still a car. It doesn't stop being a car because now it's a taxi. Is he a defender? Yes, still a quarterback. And so whether it's good or not, had that quarterback been laid out on the field, then in that spot, it would have been a conversation and the LSU fans would have been furious about it. They can't win. That's the point. Back after this on the Rob Brown Show on the Fan Upstate. Thank you, Steven. Appreciate you, buddy. Donovan, you as well, man. Appreciate you guys. Thank you for being so kind and being here.
I can't take this disagreement. I quit.
I have to produce now?
Sorry, you got it.
I don't want to got it.
Moving around there is a lot of work.
What if he doesn't actually come back? All right, guys, give me 30 seconds. I'll be right back.
Nah, Steven, you don't want to be the guy replacing the guy. And that was the guy. You have 2 minutes.
I have 2 minutes.
No, you have a 2-minute audience, which is now 1 minute and 45.
I just wanted to make sure it wasn't like 15 seconds.
No.
You're spending a lot of time not saying what you came
Well, I
in to
think you just
say.
came in to say hi.
Okay. All right.
Visiting. Strictly speaking.
Your shirt is awesome, by the way. Did you make it or did you buy it?
No, it was somebody else made it and it was given to me as a gift.
Okay.
It was my sister-in-law, I believe, made the tie-dye t-shirts for like my whole family.
It's well done. I mean, for someone making it. Yeah.
Yeah, this was the first black shirt that came out of, I'm sorry, this is the first non-black shirt that came out of my drawer. So this is what I put on when I got the call at 5:45 from Tom Steele saying, "Hey, WFBC's off the air."
Oh no.
So that's what we're doing today. It's not about you guys at all. You guys are fine.
Yay!
Yep. So.
Is it lightning or was it?
No, we don't know yet.
Okay.
Some sort of we've narrowed it down likely to some sort of STL issue, but the STLs on this end seem fine.
Well, that reminds me. Later, if I get a chance, I need to show you this creature that's in my yard. I have a video. I don't know what it is.
Bigfoot.
It's like no, it's like a chicken hybrid. I'm calling it a gickin because it sounds like what this thing is. No, it's a mix between no, but
that's a Razorback right there.
from the body to the head is like a foot. So at first I thought it looked like something that someone had grabbed around the neck and just I don't know, dude.
What I'm gonna need is for you to text that to me so we can put it on the stream and we can discuss and debate.
Okay. I don't know how well the video is, but
Doesn't matter. Isn't
okay.
that the only reason people still talk about Bigfoot is because there's
All
no.
of the video is
What was it?
terrible.
What was it?
We don't have a 4K
Was it
shot of
Hedberg? Was it Mitch Hedberg that says I don't think there's bad pictures of Bigfoot. I just think Bigfoot is blurry.
Yeah.
The Rob Brown Show continues, wrapping up hour number 2 here on the Fan Upstate. We got the Audio Blitz coming up in the next segment of the show. We'll run you through some of our favorite sound from social media for the past couple of days. And I will go one step further. And I will say that I have a lot of it. So it may be a 2-segment Audio Blitz. We'll find out when we get there. Texter says, Rob, Lonzo is right. Quarterback is now a defender. We have turned QBs into sissies. Again, you understand that a quarterback is always a quarterback. There is not a position on the field called defender. He is a quarterback now playing defense. I am not disagreeing with you. It is, and I will go one step further and say it is more of a semantics argument than it is a football argument. But
wait, we never have those.
Yeah,
so I don't,
no. We try to avoid those here on the show. But he is still the quarterback, right? When the safety comes up and makes a tackle, you don't go, great tackle from the defender. You go, that's the safety that made the tackle. As the safety is a defender. Defender is not a position. It is a descriptor of what he is in that moment. And what I am telling you, and I think really what we should be saying in this position, and this is what I said yesterday, and I'll say it again tomorrow. Whether or not you think it is right or fair or accurate or correct or whatever is irrelevant. Right now, in the land of football, quarterbacks get special treatment. Okay? You can't treat them, hit them, interact with them the way that you interact with any other player. If we have a debate over that,
by the way,
that's a different conversation.
Everyone who's been talked to that I've heard has said that when a quarterback throws the interception, you go hit the quarterback because he's not a quarterback anymore. He is a defender.
I mean, again, he's still a quarterback. He is still playing the position
keep bringing
of quarterback.
I want you to show me where this has been called ever in the history of football.
I will have to find it.
See,
I'm sure it has.
That's
I
the
can't
point.
say it has. I can't say that. Again, the end of a tweet that I put up, a tweet that, by the way, is now sitting at, after one day, 116 replies, 87 quotes, and well north of 1,000 likes so far. All right. It is the most viral tweet of 2024 from my account. I don't put up tweets trying to go viral. I put up tweets trying to be entertaining. Or
because you don't want to be a mark, and I totally get that.
Right. No, I have no interest. My goal is never has been, to the chagrin of people I work for. My goal is never to go viral with a tweet. My goal is, if you have taken the time out of your life to come find me on Twitter, follow me on Twitter, read what I have to say on Twitter, you know that for me, Twitter is 92% goofing off. And like 8%, sometimes I got to be serious for a second. This is one of those times. And that tweet with well north of 1,000 likes ends with hashtag Gamecocks got screwed. I agree with you. I think maybe that's where some of this is coming from. Let me make clear. I agree. I don't think you throw that flag in that situation. But what I am also saying is, I think it is important in that situation to understand. I think it is important to understand that it can be thrown. Quarterbacks get special treatment. You don't have to like it. It's trust me, I don't. But it's a reality. It's a reality. They get special treatment. And we have seen it happened in the Cal game where the quarterback dropped back, did not throw the ball, had the ball in his throwing position, but did not throw the ball, got sacked, and they called roughing the passer. You want to talk about a semantics argument? You're not a passer until you pass, right? We're all on board with that definition. You're not a passer until you pass, and they call roughing the passer. Quarterbacks get special rules. Don't like it, have to accept it. So the point that I'm making here is, should it have been called? No, I don't think that it should have been called. Do I understand why it was called? I do. Do I like that it was called for why it was called? I do not. But do I understand why it was called? Absolutely. Now, since we've had all the discussion that we can possibly have about that, let's have another discussion. Let's have a discussion about the conspiracy theory that is floating around out there right now. Let's have a conversation about the conspiracy theory, because you, my dear friends, we're not the only SEC team on the receiving end of a very questionable decision that cost you a game. Late in the game, Georgia is trailing Kentucky on the road. Georgia throws an out route. The wide receiver catches it, goes to the ground in what to me appears to be a catch. As he rolls over, he flips the ball up in the air, comes out of his grasp. Now, when he rolled over on the ball, he caught the ball with two hands in front of his body, rolled over, and the ball did touch the ground. But remember, the rule of the catch now is the ball can touch the ground provided the receiver has full control of it. The Georgia player did. As he rolls over, he loses the control after the ball comes off the ground, pops in the air, Kentucky grabs it, he goes the other way, pick six, except for the referees called it an incomplete pass. They went to the video review as well. When they went to the video review as well, they came back and they confirmed the call on the field of an incomplete pass. The Kentucky fans lost their damn minds. College football talking heads lost their damn minds, saying that is a pick six by the letter of the law, and you took it off the board. So there is a thought out there right now. There's a not small number of people out there right now that are saying SEC officiating protects ranked SEC teams. If Georgia eats that loss to Kentucky, the road to the playoffs gets much more interesting for the Bulldogs. A marquee blue blood number one, not anymore, but at the time, team in the country suddenly has a much more rocky road to the playoffs. Well, this isn't a new conspiracy theory. Here is a voice that South Carolina Gamecock fans are going to recognize very well. This was during the time that he was the head coach of the South Carolina Gamecocks. This is a press conference quote from Will Muschamp.
But I have learned, I've been in this league a long time, so I have learned, we have a saying that just means more. It just means more sometimes depending on what your logo is. So call it like it is.
Now, I'll keep it a buck with you. I don't know what call that game. I don't know what game he's responding to. I don't know what the call was that he was upset about. I'm sure one of you out there does. If you do, shoot me a text, 71307. Start your checks with FAN, 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 FAM. We'll read them on the air, 71307. I don't remember what call he was talking about there. I don't remember what game he was talking about there. What I do know is that's the head coach of an SEC program saying into a microphone with his entire and full chest.
But I have learned, I've been in this league a long time, so I have learned, we have a saying that just means more. It just means more sometimes depending on what your logo is. So call it like it is.
That's an SEC coach saying it. So if you've got an SEC coach, and I will acknowledge it is one coach from a handful of years ago saying something about it. But here's my question. If you've got an SEC coach willing to eat whatever conference fine was coming to him for getting on the mic and full chest saying some teams get special treatment because of the logo, in what world do you think fans aren't going to buy into that conspiracy theory? In what world do you think fans aren't going to accept that conspiracy theory as perhaps having some element of truth to it? In what world, when you've got calls from officials that, as Lonzo pointed out, I'm not saying that call's never been made in a college football game, but I haven't been able to come up with one where it has. And I got terrible long-term memory, y'all. I'm gonna keep it a buck with you.
Short term's not really there either.
I got terrible memory in general, y'all. I'm gonna keep it a buck with you. I cannot remember another. I'm not saying it's never happened. I hope one of you does and can send it to me to prove my point. But
if it had happened to your team, you will remember, because you can never forget the New Orleans pass interference call. So
you mean the worst and most egregious missed call in the history of the National Football League? You are correct.
So I at least know it's never happened in a New Orleans game.
Not only that, again, when you bury me, put Bill Sonovovich on my tombstone so he knows, and his family knows, and his family knows, and his ancestors 500 years from now still have me calling a son of a Vinovich on the tombstone. I need him to know, all right? But the point here is, no, I can't remember a time it's happened. Again, never saying it's never happened, just can't remember a time that it has. And because of that, there are fans, Gamecock fans today, Kentucky fans today, who believe that officiating decisions are sometimes made in order to protect the SEC teams that have the most to lose. And again, keep in mind, the amount of money that the conference makes is impacted and affected by where the teams show up in the postseason, where the teams show up in the bowl games, where the teams play. Do they play in playoff games? Do they play in national championship games? So it would make sense if they have any level of control over it at all. It would make sense for the conference and the officials who are paid by the conference to want to make sure that the teams that are the most likely playoff teams, of which LSU and Georgia are two of them, get as many advantages as they can get. I'm not saying that is what happened. I'm saying that is the conspiracy theory that a lot of Kentucky fans and a lot of South Carolina fans are kicking around right now. And what I am saying is it kind of makes sense. When I've had at least one SEC coach off the rip that was willing to full chest into a mic at a press conference, knowing there were probably a few dozen thousands of dollars coming out of his pocket for saying it, was willing to say, it just means more, ... depending on your logo. I'm not mad at fans who believe that there is a conspiracy theory out there to protect the Georgias and the Alabamas and the Texases and the LSUs of the world. Now, ladies and gentlemen, the University of Georgia of Sports Flashes, Lonzo.
Wow, I would rather be the Ohio State of sports flashes. Kirk Cousins led his Atlanta Falcons to victory over the Philadelphia Eagles 22-21 last night with a game-winning drive in the waning moments of Monday. Cousins was 5 of 6 for 70 yards on the final drive and 20 of 29 for 241 yards and 2 touchdowns in the game. Bijan Robinson led all rushers with 97 yards and on 14 carries. The Carolina Panthers will be led into their Week 3 contest with Andy Dalton replacing Bryce Young under center, making Young the first quarterback selected number 1 since 1967 to be benched in his second season for a non-injury. Young is 2-16 as a starter and carries an 8.9 quarterback rating after 2 games, by far the worst in the NFL. Tune in this Friday at 7 p.m. as the Burns Rebels head to Wade Hampton to take on the Generals. It's Burns versus Wade Hampton right here on your home for Burns Rebels football, The Fan, Upstate. I sent you the video on Messenger.
I saw it. It's definitely a turkey.
I don't know that it's a turkey.
You can tell by the way it head bobs when it walks.
It does head bob, but it's
turkey.
Weird looking.
Now, it's either an albino turkey or, which would be dope. That'd be super
I
rare.
looked up albino turkey because my first thing I looked up was a turkey buzzard because I thought that's what it was.
Yeah.
But looking at the neck, you can't see it as well in the video.
Yeah.
It was in my driveway. By the way, it was in my backyard last night. Cameron's like, the thing is still here. It's in the backyard. And we're looking at it going, I don't know what that is.
Yeah. Yeah, that's a turkey. It's either an albino turkey
I don't know that turkeys can get rabid, but it looked rough. And that was my concern.
So the other thought is it could be a turkey because I know when birds get sick or overly stressed, they will start to pluck out their own feathers. It may have just plucked all his feathers out.
But it's like all along the neck. Like I said, it looked like someone grabbed his neck and I don't think I'm scared of a turkey, but I've never been face to face with a turkey. But a disheveled turkey concerns me because of Lonzo died
fighting a rabid turkey.
Yes.
Can birds get rabies?
I think all animals. I've never heard of that.
Can birds have rabies? No, birds cannot get rabies.
Okay, so that takes that out of there.
Neither can reptiles, amphibians, fish, or insects.
Well,
Mammals.
Maybe he had avian bird flu. Maybe that's what it was. I mean, I got my garden snips, which I'm lazy and haven't put up. They're just laying in the yard. I can just pick those up, and if it comes at me, I also have my pole saw, so I can just Goku power pole that thing and just hit it from like 10 feet. I don't want to kill it. Was not something I would expect seeing in my driveway. But again, not that surprised because of where my driveway is. QC in the first break.
10-4. And away we go into hour number 3 of the Rob Brown Show here on the Fan Upstate. Rob the Great Alonzo and Hugh. It's the Fan Upstate. I need you all to go ahead and make preparation for the next segment because we got a thing. Lonzo saw a creepy animal in his backyard. He took kind of blurry, shaky Bigfoot-style footage of it. I'm going to play it on the stream for you in the next segment. I'm 99% sure it's a turkey, but it's white. It's a white turkey. So I don't know if it's an albino turkey that plucked its feathers out. Maybe it's sick. We don't know. But I'm going to play the footage, and we're going to see if we can confirm for the great one that it is indeed a turkey. We'll do that coming up in the next segment. But for now, it's time for the Audio Blitz, our favorite audio that we have picked up from around the sports world over the past, I'd say 24, but we didn't do it yesterday. So 48 hours. Ladies and gentlemen, we're going to start with some audio that I played earlier this morning. Not going to spend a lot of time on it. It's just my favorite joke. Dan Orlovsky brought the jokes to Get Up.
All right. What type of coordination did Whitney Houston have?
What type of coordination did Whitney Houston have?
Hand
Coordination. Okay. First take down.
What type of coordination did Whitney Houston have? Hand-eye. Just A+ work.
So the question is for that, because I know they have to go through production meetings and everything. I don't think they do rehearsal. So who knew he was doing that?
He did. He 100% sprung that on
You don't think Greeny knew?
No, I would bet you he asked for like 10 seconds. He was like, I need 10 seconds somewhere. Just give me 10 seconds to throw in a joke. And in fairness, that show's 4 hours long. And so they got time.
He is one of the stars of the network.
For sure. Orlovsky's everywhere.
Yeah.
So if he says I need 10 seconds, they're gonna find 10 seconds at the end of the segment. Fantastic work from Dan Orlovsky. He wasn't the only one having a good time on TV yesterday. Over on Fox on FS1, Chris Broussard and the boys were going up and down and giving out grades from their performances over the NFL weekend. Broussard decided to hand his grade to the Dallas Cowboys, but did so with a little bit of help.
I figured, what better way than to give them the grade than to do it who dat style? Brothers, let's do it! Yeah, baby!
This man decided to hand the Cowboys an L. He gave them an F. And in order to present them with their F, he brought a whole ass brass second line band out to walk the whole set. A trombone, a trumpet, a tuba, a drummer, the whole thing. And the guy out front playing trumpet was holding a big sign that had an F on it. That's phenomenal from Chris Broussard.
What makes the second line band?
A second line is a thing you do down in New Orleans, and it's done for anything. It's done for wedding ceremonies, whatever. The first line. So, all right, I can actually tell you this. Whenever there is an event that happens, the first line of people are the dignitaries of the event. The second line is everybody that's there for the party. right? So the first line of people, it's usually like at a funeral. That's where the hearse would be, the family members, the immediate family members, whatever. And then the second line is everybody else. And so when the second line comes through, they're usually the ones that are bringing the energy to the party. So, and
So
especially,
this is why you always go first when we go to events.
I don't go first. You went first bowling the other day. I was last.
That was just early.
That again. So, very, very interesting there. Hey, here's a clip that I want to play for you. Jesse Palmer decided he was out to for blood. He was calling the Florida game this weekend. And during the game this weekend, there was a group of six.
How would you like to have to call the Florida game? I know there's money involved, but I mean, that's one of those assignments you probably don't want
Son,
right now.
I will come call Division IX football if you give me a paycheck for it. All right. I'll go call Canadian League football. I don't know how it works, but I'll figure it out for a paycheck.
Still trying to figure out how much time travel there would have to be for me to be your son.
During the game, there was a little clip where there was a group of 6 or 7 young ladies, college-age young ladies. And I won't say it as a creepy old guy at almost 40, but if I'm going to say it as 22-year-old college Rob Brown, attractive young ladies, all dressed up for a hot day watching football. And there was one guy. And this guy was in blue and orange striped overalls with no shirt underneath it and the creepiest stay 500 yards away from a school mustache you've ever seen in your life. All right. And Palmer decided he was taking no prisoners.
He's whipping his hand with his shirt. I'm going to make a bold prediction here. I'm going to say that guy's in the friend zone.
Listen, you are a top analyst. I'm just going to say, you know how to give analysis.
Years of relationship and dating. I see it up close and personal on my other job, and I think I'm going to say he's a good listener.
Bachelor Nation is in desperate need of this kind of analysis, Katie.
Don't kick a man while he's down, Jesse. Leave him alone.
No, I think he's a great guy. I didn't say he's a bad guy. I'm just saying I don't think he's dating anybody in the shot right now. I think
You just got taken down by the host of The Bachelor.
Yeah. Well,
that poor guy is that. I hope.
Who's the play-by-play guy? Is that Tessitore?
I don't know. I
It
think it is, but I don't know. Here's what I do know. What I do know is, and I've never said this before, I hope that guy's not in a fraternity. I hope that guy has no friends outside of those girls because he is never going to hear the end of it. There is one way that this guy can utilize that to his advantage, and that is if one of those girls gives him a sympathy. If one of those girls sees it and they're like, oh, John, I am so sorry that the host of The Bachelor put you on blast to America during the game on Saturday. Why don't you come over tonight? Let me make it up to you. That's the only way out of this. If that man's got dude friends in college.
It is Tessitore, by the way.
Beautiful.
That's I thought I recognized his laugh.
He lost his mind at that. And I get it. Jesse Palmer just murdered a man on television, metaphorically speaking. That's incredible. That guy will never hit. The only way out for that guy is to change schools.
Unless he's a player and
He's not. You know how
Jesse
he's not?
had it all wrong.
You know how I know he's not? Because he was that guy in that crowd. That guy looking the way that guy looked, acting the way that guy liked, that guy was acting, that dude is not like, I can pull any of these 6. That guy is, hey, me and the girls are going to a game, and we need somebody there to watch our backs. Will you come with us, John? And John went, yes, ma'am, I will be there, whatever you need. In fact, I'll buy all the tickets for you.
Yeah, this could be a controversial statement. I hope I don't get in trouble for this, but maybe he's the pimp.
He's not. Go find the video of this and you'll go, oh, okay, no, he's not. Okay, no, he's not. Texter said, Rob, the friend zone clip hits home hard. LOL. Oh, dude, trust me.
Sorry for you. Hopefully you have better luck in the future, Texter.
Trust me. I promise you it resonated. There's a picture of me. There's a picture of me from homecoming my senior year. All right, I'll give you the real quick nuts and bolts and we'll get back to the audio. There's a picture of me homecoming my senior year. tucked out, looking real good. Arms around 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, at least 7 very attractive young ladies from my graduating class. Okay. Last year was my 20-year high school anniversary. And there was like a Facebook page and people were posting photos, and one of the girls put up that photo, right? And it's me. And like I said, the head cheerleader was on one side, the class president on the other, smoke shows. Okay. And the lady friend saw it and she was like, something you want to say about your high school career? And she was being sarcastic, right? Like, she doesn't care. It was 20 years ago. She's being sarcastic. And I went, oh, you don't even know. I dated none of these women. I kissed none of these women. I fooled around with none of them. I had nothing romantically with any of these women. And it's not because I didn't want to. I was a hornball as a senior, just like everybody else. Not because I didn't want to. Not because I didn't try. One of them to the left, the head cheerleader, my best friend, asked her to that homecoming. You know what she said to me? No, already got a date. Sorry.
She went there with beef.
She went there with beef 1. Beef 2 was Jacksonville. Beef 1 was high school. His name was Keith. Hated that guy.
By the way,
he was so pretty.
So I'm watching this dude. This dude's not even with those girls. He's just sitting in a row in front of them and just happens to be wearing the same stuff because he's a Florida fan. I don't believe he's with them.
That dude.
Unless there's an extended video where he's actually in the same row they're in. I mean, it was a good burn by Jesse, but
as somebody who did not find a way to navigate out of being, this is my best friend Rob, until my second year of college, as somebody who didn't figure out how to get out of the friend zone until my second year of college, that dude's living in that. Jesse's exactly right. Exactly right. All right, let's keep going on. I got a few more that I want to play for you. Let's go to, you know what? We played this one yesterday. I don't care. Let's play it again. During the Packers game, you'll hear it.
Yeah, I asked Malik why he didn't throw the ball on that 3rd down, and he told me that Josh threw up on the ball. I was like, that's the first time I've ever heard that. Matter of fact, the official came over to me, Sean came over to me and said, you know, we saw your center thrown up on the ball. Do you want us to take him out next time? I said, absolutely, please do that, because, I mean, you're talking about a critical situation, and it's 3rd down, and I've never had a throw with vomit on a football. So I don't know. I don't think Malik probably didn't appreciate that.
Josh Myers, the center for the Green Bay Packers, got down to snap the ball to Malik Willis, and right before Malik called for the snap, he exorcist-style projectile vomited all over the football, then snapped it to Malik. Malik then realized, oh, this ball's wet and a little chunky, and just had to take off running because he wasn't going to be able to throw it.
Did you ever see the movie Replacements? I don't know why I didn't think about this yesterday.
Oh, that's a good call.
You know that happened in Replacements.
It did.
The center, Jumbo, ate all them deviled eggs. It just threw up all over the place.
You a deviled egg guy? I love
I
deviled
love
eggs.
deviled eggs. You know what?
If they're made right.
I'm okay with potato salad, but you know that's all that is in the deviled egg. It's just something about the paprika. Do you
I gotta have it. Double it up.
That paprika, just the daggum paprika.
Double it up.
Yes,
love it.
Are your deviled eggs Cajun though? I mean, do they have a kick to them?
I can make them that way.
Yeah,
I can absolutely.
I don't think I've had Cajun deviled eggs.
Just
before.
a little touch of cayenne right up on top, Sha.
Let's add that to the list of things that you're going to make and bring in that you haven't over 4 years.
Furman Seb texts the show. Furman Seb said, as a friend zone expert, seasoned veteran, and future first ballot Hall of Fame friend zoner, sending thoughts and prayers to that fallen friend zone soldier. You get it, Furman Seb. You get it. You've been there. Some of us lived in there. Some of us, it didn't take me till 40 to get married because I wanted to. All right. Took me this long to figure it the hell out. Took me this long to figure out how to not be my best friend, Rob. So you get it. You get it.
All right. There's this thing that I did. Just don't have any friends. And then you don't have to worry about being in the friend zone.
No, I loved, and for the record, all those girls I talked about in the picture, love them all to death dearly. Still, 4 or 5 of them I'm still friends with.
By the way, I had plenty of friends growing up, but I had never had a girlfriend.
Oh, I had all of them.
I've never been in the friend zone before.
You needed to know.
I also have a cute shyness, so that could have something to do with it, but I've never been in the friend zone.
I did not. If a dude needed to know if one of the girls in the school was interested in him, they came to ask me. You want to know what the worst part of the friend zone is? When you're attracted to the girl and she goes, "Hey, I need to talk to you. Is Keith single?" Oh God. That's why I felt sympathy in my heart for that cat. All right. This is Wisconsin coach Bill Callahan and his opening comments in the press conference after the University of Alabama whooped that trick by 31.
Well, I'll give you guys the same message I just gave them. If you haven't had your ass whooped before, you just did. And it hurts and it's not easy. But in this game, that's going to happen. And it's a part of the game. It stinks. It doesn't mean you didn't work hard. It didn't mean you didn't prepare. It means you didn't get the job done, and whether it's a 1-point loss or a 34-point loss, it's a good old-fashioned ass whooping at home, which hurts.
Yes, it does. Can I tell you? You know, I'm very fortunate. I had a wonderful, wonderful father. I had a fantastic dad who did so much for me and taught me many life lessons, and I carry all of them with me to this day. There was one he gave me specifically. And I remember it very well. There was one he gave me specifically after a basketball game, as a matter of fact.
We're talking about whoopings or we're talking about advice?
Yes. Yes. There was one he gave me because the basketball team took a whooping, and I did not take it well because we had high hopes. Did not take it well. And my old man said, you will be better at life when you learn that you can do everything right and do everything to the best of your ability and still get your ass kicked. And when you learn to accept that reality with humility and grace and be able to continue thinking and moving forward, you will be better off for it. And I've had to lean on that a number of times. Sometimes you can do everything right, do it 100% to the best of your ability, and the other guy's just better than you are.
How cool it must be to have someone give you advice when you're growing up.
Well, that's what I'm here. I'm here to help you now, Lonzo.
Yeah,
I'm here to give you that advice now.
It's a little too late for me.
I'm here to help. All right, you got time. We can make you a better man, Lonzo.
Ain't nobody whooping this booty. That's all I'm saying.
And the very last one for this version of the Audio Blitz. This weekend, actually late last week, Tom Brady flew over to Wales, the country, not the animals.
Of course he did.
Flew over to Wales to go hang out with Ryan Reynolds.
By the way, he could have flown over Wales while flying to Wales.
That's correct.
It's possible.
Flew over to Wales, going to Wales. Flew over to Wales to go hang out with Deadpool and Rob McElhenney. They own a soccer club called Wrexham SC or FC. Obviously, if you have a TV, you know about Wrexham. All right. It's arguably the most famous soccer club on, or at least in the United States right now. Well, Tom Brady, as most celebrities do, they go visit Ryan Reynolds. They go to a Wrexham game and the Wrexham fans celebrate them. Not Tom Brady, who was serenaded by the Wrexham fans. It's my favorite song. Who the hell are you? Who the hell are you?
What does what they're saying?
Yeah. They were asking Tom Brady repeatedly and in sing-song fashion, who the are you?
All right. The Wrexham crowd was doing that?
Yes.
I am now a fan of a soccer team. Wow.
That's what it took. We did it.
That's all I needed.
Somebody hang that George Bush mission accomplished banner. We did it. We got Lonzo.
Didn't go so well for him, so I don't know.
Who the hell are you? Oh, I missed it. Who the hell are you? Incredible. Good work, Wrexham. Good work. I like Brady. That's hilarious. Renewal by Anderson to the Carolinas fan phone open for your calls, 844-326-3663. Lulu Kessin at 9 o'clock, Hayden S. Mario at 9:20. And then Lonzo and I are out from tomorrow till the end of the month. All right? I'm going down to St. Augustine to get hitched. So this is my last 2 hours with you. Call in. Let's talk some sports before I get up out of here. We'll break down some Clemson and NC State coming up in a little while. South Carolina, Akron, some of the other big games from the weekend. And Lonzo and I got to give you our weekend football picks on a Tuesday. Yes, because I'm leaving. It's the Rob Brown Show in the Fan Upstate.
Are you leaving on a jet plane? QC Kinetics.
Don't know when I'll be back. I guess I do in like 4 minutes after this read. Stay right there.
Who is this again?
Liam, Lyam, McKinnon, striker, Greenville Triumph.
Okay, I'll look up how to say the name. I mean, spell the last name.
I'll call you when I need you.
Suicide prevention program. Visit upstatewarriorsolution.org.
Get the sports scoop. The Tom Brown Show.
We talked a little bit of football. I told you it's going to be a slow process winning the great one over to becoming a footy fan. It will happen. Probably not in a hurt that Wrexham FC was asking Tom Brady, who the are you? You know what else is going to make it easier to make Lonzo a footy fan? If we can get him to come out and watch our next guest play a little football for the Greenville Triumph. He is a striker, a front man, and a guy who, I got to tell you, he might have to deep dive the celebration playbook to come up with some fresh sellies as many times as he's found the back of the net. Forward for the Greenville Triumph, number 9, Liam McKinnon, joining us here on the show. What's up, big fella? How we feeling?
Hey, how you doing?
Real good, brother. Not as good as you. If I could put 11 goals in a season, I might have made something out of myself. What a season, bro.
Yeah, it was a great game that Saturday, so hopefully we can keep it going.
Yeah, let's talk about that. You guys with a 5-2 win last weekend over Chattanooga, and keeping it a buck, Liam, like there was a little bit of a slide going into that one, and then the goals started coming in bunches. Number one, what does it do for the mentality of the team after a couple of tough losses to be able to go out there and not just win but dominate a game like that? And how do you guys make sure you keep the momentum going?
I mean, it was obviously massive for us. Obviously, like you mentioned, it was a bit of a hard run that we've been on, and I thought that the last couple games before that, before the Chattanooga game, we actually played good football, but the results weren't weren't there yet. But we were on the right path. So going into the Chattanooga game, I think we just took advantage of our chances, and that was really big for us. And yeah. Hopefully we can stay on the right track and keep the results up, and especially with the way we've been playing, that would be the best.
Liam McKinnon from the Greenville Triumph joining us here on the show. In fact, we talked about this a little bit earlier in the show, Liam, that sometimes in the world of sports, one of the hardest things to recognize is that you can go out there, you can play well, you can do everything right, and you still just get beat sometimes. Talk to me about the mentality of the team. What has the dressing room been like for you guys through that little 3-game losing streak to be able to make sure that when you got a game like a Chattanooga, you were able to come out and keep firing on all cylinders?
I think we saw great leadership from the older players on our team, the senior players, the guys that have more experience. We've had a lot of conversations in the locker room about sticking together, trusting the process, and going into games with the right mentality. And like I mentioned, we did it the last 2 games, and the results didn't go our way. But we could see that the older players have been through patches like this and come out and came out of it the right way. So they really try to give that vision to us, the younger players, to really keep pushing and yeah, like I said, trusting the process. And I think we really saw it against Chattanooga that we were convinced that we were meant to win this game, and we did.
It's interesting you bring up being able to lean on the senior players, the ones that have been here for a while. We've had Tyler Pollock on the show many times. We've had Fricky on the show many times. But it's also a real healthy mix of guys like Pollock and Fricky, but guys like Zion Scarlett, guys like Herrera, like guys that are relatively new to the team. And Rick Wright has been on the show a couple of times, Lyman, talked to us a little bit about the chemistry and how you blend the chemistry, the old, the new, the vets, the new guys, and make sure that everybody's on the same page. How has that been in the dressing room with a pretty almost 50-50 mix of guys that have been here, some since the very beginning of the Triumph 5 years ago, and obviously the guys that have been making the way onto the team the last couple of years? How has that chemistry developed over the course of the season?
I think that the atmosphere in the locker room has been great this year. The chemistry, we saw the way we started the year. We started really good. And even though we had a bit of a tough patch in the last 4 or 5 games, the chemistry was still there, and the intensity, especially in the last 2-3 weeks, was there. And yeah, it was up to the players that have been here before to remind us that it's part of the season to suffer a little bit and go through a bit of a rough time. But no, the chemistry between the older and the younger guys has been great. And yeah, everybody is mixed together, and you can tell on the field there's no real difference in, the way we play, regardless of who starts the game and things like that. So yeah, it's massive for us to get key senior players back like Leo and Chapa, and Seba's coming back soon. So yeah, we, like you mentioned, we're really grateful to be able to lean on these guys.
We are talking to Liam McKinnon. He is a forward for the Greenville Triumph. The Triumph back home this Saturday night. They will be at Paladin Stadium taking on Central Valley. We'll talk about that game here in just a minute. But Liam, continuing to look at the season, I think one of the things that Triumph fans have been very excited about this year is there were some spots last year where the goals weren't really coming the way that you would have liked them to. There were a lot of very, very good contests where Greenville was playing on the front foot but just couldn't find the back of the net. This year feels to have corrected a little bit. You've got a handful already. Castro's got 6. Anderson, Evan got a couple. Like, the goals have been there this year. How do you make sure that you guys are putting the complete package together to take advantage of nights like you have when you're putting 1, 2, 3 up on the scoreboard?
I think it's really about the chemistry of the front four and the midfielders that we really start to know each other. And when I'm playing, obviously I've been playing now. It's my second year playing with Leo Castro. So we definitely have more chemistry. We already did last year, and this year I really feel like I understand his game. He understands mine. The other guys up front, same thing. We've really been able to assist each other, make the goals easier for the guy who is to finish the play. So I think that's massive. This year we're really trying to help each other out, the guys up front. So that's the biggest thing for me. I think most of the goals that I've scored came from someone making a big play, and I think most of the guys that get goals, it's never, it's always your partner trying to make it easy for you. So yeah, that's been massive for us this year offensively.
Talk to me about that front four, specifically you and Castro, but you've had some other guys, guy like Zion Scarlett coming out of Clemson, who's gotten plenty of time. Obviously a pro in Sebastian Velasquez, who's been playing out of the middle, but kind of injecting himself into that attack when and where the opportunity arises. This team, for my money, of the last 2 or 3 years, has been the most fun to watch when you guys are on the attack. Can you talk to me a little bit about what that cohesion is like, what playing in that front line is like this year when it does feel like it's a more fluid attack? Have you guys been kind of given the green light to be a little bit more creative? Is this more a tactics-based approach out of Rick Wright? What's been the difference between last year and this year as far as seeing you guys light up the scoreboard in bunches?
I think, like you mentioned, we have a pretty young team, especially in some positions. I think offensively, we probably have about 5 rookies. And I'm not counting Zion because he's played pro before, but he's still 20 years old. And we can feel the hunger as well, to score, to be part of it, to, even if it's not on the score sheet, to really be part of this offense. And I think also Coach Wright has really given us the green light to be creative. up top and be free to try shots and dribble and I think Coach Harkes really gave us also a lot of freedom to create last year, but I can tell that the younger group really is taking advantage of it this year, and maybe it's showing a little more this year, like you mentioned.
Liam McKinnon forward for the Greenville Triumph. Got a couple more minutes here on the Rob Brown Show and the Fan Upstate as the Triumph gets set to play this Saturday at Paladin Stadium with Central Valley coming into town. Talk to me a little bit, if you don't mind, Liam, about Coach Rick Wright. It's been interesting the times we've had him on. He has gone out of his way to say, hey, look, this isn't my team, it's our team. It's not, I make the decision, but I want the boys in the dressing room to feel like they have some control, like they have input, like their opinions and what they want and like and are feeling matter. Have you felt that, and what impact do you think that has on the club?
100%. I think we felt it, from the get-go. This year, we all have input, and he really he's a good listener, especially with the older guys. I know they have a lot of conversations, and he really tries to get a feel of how the group is living and how we see things, and how we want to approach games. And that's been massive, especially being his first year as a head coach, and some of the guys being first year pros. I think it's a great approach because if everybody's on the same page, at least whatever we do, if it's right or wrong, at least we're going to be on the same page and stick to a game plan. And I think it's been really good for us. And I think the strategy of him really giving us the keys to the games has been paying off. Win or lose, I think we've shown most of the games good quality, and hopefully we can keep it going with the same mindset.
I love it. Liam McKinnon from the Greenville Triumph. They are at home this Saturday, 7 p.m., hosting Central Valley. Talk to me a little bit about this matchup in particular. Obviously, a 5-goal performance from the boys last time out against Chattanooga. Talk to me a little bit about what you guys did in that game that you think will transfer over to Central Valley, and what Triumph supporters in the stands are going to see Saturday night.
I think that the biggest thing for us is to start on front foot. We started great against Chattanooga. We won possessions early. We attacked with speed with Scarlett especially, and Leo and I and Aiden. We've been really on the front foot, and scoring a goal early, and especially in this league, is massive in a game, and especially scoring 2, being up 2-0 at halftime. That's really something we got to look to repeat on Saturday, I think. Especially against a team that has been struggling a little bit defensively and with results. So hopefully we can get the same start, and then I think once we establish our game, it'll take care of itself, hopefully. But really having the same approach is going to be massive for us.
Liam McKinnon wears number 9 for the Greenville Triumph. Plays up front, 17 appearances, 11 goals, and a couple of assists to go along with it. Having a spectacular season. Liam, my man, spectacular to have you on the show, buddy. We appreciate it. Good luck out Saturday night, pal.
Thank you very much, man. It was a pleasure to be on your show.
Glad to have you. Glad to have you. Welcome anytime. Keep an eye on that young man. 24 years old is Liam McKinnon. I would not be shocked to see and hear his name popping up in other places throughout the course of his career. By the way, thanks as always to our boys Doug Irwin and Chris Lewis over at the Triumph, who consistently make sure that we can bring you football coverage. And because I know he's listening, shout out to the Novas, the Wildcats. What do I do? This? Is this it, Chris? The V? Back after this on the Rob Brown Show in the Fan Upstate.
Take that down for a second.
Sure. BRB, kids. Don't go anywhere. I got to fix my camera anyway. It looks drunk. Augustine, Florida, to get hitched this weekend.
Exotic.
Hey, sorry, exotic.
Exotic.
St. Augustine, Florida, to get hitched this weekend. So I'll be out tomorrow through the end of next week. We'll return on Monday the 30th. And I do want to take just a minute to thank all of you. You guys have been incredible. You have been so kind. You have been very tolerant of me and everything that's been going on leading up to this little celebration this weekend. If it was up to me, and it's not, if I had the resources and I don't, I'd just throw it here and invite all of you. All right. But that's not a reality because shut up. Weddings are expensive. I had no idea. I had no idea. I had no idea at all. So I did want to take just a minute to say once again, as I try to every now and then, thank you all for everything that you guys have done for me. Thank you for allowing me to continue to do this goofy ass job and call it a job. Thank you for allowing me to live a dream. I thought when I left Jacksonville that this dream had come to its conclusion. I thought that my time in broadcasting was over. I ended up in a place that I love. I ended up in a place that I have fallen in love with. I have ended up in a place where I have fallen in love with a spectacular woman that I am very fortunate to be able to spend the rest of my life with. I am so incredibly grateful to all of you that again have allowed me, have facilitated this goofy career that I have found myself in. So please know, and I mean it, it sounds like a joke, it's not. Please know that I'm very serious when I say I don't love being away for a week because I have a great job, because I get to come in here, sit alongside the great one, yap for 4 hours, and somehow have convinced people to give us a paycheck for it. So I don't love being away for a week. This is, however, the best reason ever that I have been away for a week. And it is going to be a spectacular weekend. So again, thank all of you for being as kind to me as you have been, as forgiving of me as you have been. Please know that I love every single, even those of you that hate me, of which there are at least a couple. Please know that I very much appreciate all of you. You're all spectacular people. I say it at the end of every show, and I mean it at the end of every show. You guys are fantastic. This area is the best place I've ever been. Aside from my actual home, this is the only place I've ever actually called home and called it home and meant it. I love it here, and it is only fitting that it took me to get here to find the someone that I will spend the rest of my life with. It happened, and I believe it happened because I am here with you guys. When I got here, I was, if I'm keeping it a buck, not in a good way, not in a good place mentally. I was faking it to make sure I got a job that I could just keep doing what I wanted to do. And you guys, I cannot tell you how much you've meant to for lack of a better word, fix me, to get me back to being who the hell I am and doing radio the way I want to do it and living and loving my life. You guys, you don't know how instrumental you were in all of that. You fixed me, and that allowed me to be me again. And in becoming me again, I found the person that I'm going down to exotic St. Augustine to get hitched to this weekend. So I appreciate you guys. You mean the world to me. Thank you very much, and let me give a very special and heartfelt thank you to Lonzo, because that dude puts in more work than any of you will ever know, so that all I have to do is come in here and talk about sports and you know, get all the credit for all the hard work. Wins and losses aren't a quarterback stat. SCBA Sports Talk Radio Show of the Year awards are exactly an executive producer stat, and at the top of the resume. So sincere thank you to Lonzo. To Mark and everybody down the hall and Steve downstairs who continue to believe that this is a job worth paying me for and that I'm doing a job worth being paid for. I appreciate you guys immensely. But again, to everybody in Greenville, thank you all for letting me be me and find my way back to being to living the best life that I've always wanted to live. I thank you. I appreciate you. That was pretty good. That's pretty good. Not as good as Lonzo's Sports Flash, though.
Yeah, you do know we still got another hour. That was a sign off.
Yeah, but we got
speech.
guests next week.
Okay, or next hour. Yeah.
Not
we
next
do.
week. I got nothing next week.
Yeah, that's right, because we're off. Kirk Cousins led his Atlanta Falcons to victory over the Philadelphia Eagles, 21-21 last night. That's 22-21. With the game-winning drive in the waning moments of Monday, Cousins was 5 of 6 for 70 yards on the final drive and 20 of 29 for 241 and 2 touchdowns in the game. Bijan Robinson led all rushers with 97 yards and 14 carries. A 4-game series against the Dodgers started well for Atlanta, who won the first 2 games, but LA split the series with a 9-0 shutout win over the Braves last night. Atlanta falls to 81-69 and is back out of the wild card spot, 1 game behind the Mets and 2 back of the Diamondbacks. Tune in this Saturday at 4:30 as the Furman Paladins take on the William and Mary Tribe. It's Furman versus William and Mary right here on your home for Paladins football, The Fan, upstate. Last one for 2 weeks. Nailed it. I'm getting voicemail. I hope I'm calling the right number.
Lula?
There we go. So weird. Hello, this is Lonzo from the Rob Brown Show. How are you today? I am awesome. We got a minute and a half. Hang on. Sometimes the phone just doesn't ring. It just sits there and you're trying to figure out, okay, is it going to ring? Is it not going to ring? Radio is an adventure.
Radio gets results. Radio gets results. That's radio.
Forgot about that.
Do you remember that?
Yeah, I do now that, yeah. I think it's an Odyssey jingle. I could be wrong, but
Cumulus back in the day.
was it?
Yeah. It played back when I was doing political talk radio.
Back during your acting days.
Not unfair.
AARP! Woo!
Congratulations. Congratulations to the Fan Upstate Week 3 Player of the Week, number 18 for Union County, Nathan Kepke. Nathan Kepke had 12 tackles, 7 assists, 2.5 sacks, 5 tackles for loss, 5 quarterback hurries, and 1 interception in the big comeback win over Blacksburg on Thursday night. It's Union County's first win of the season. And again, congratulations to Union County's number 18, Nathan Kepke, the Week 3 Fan Upstate Player of the Week.
WORD Smucker. WFPCH 3 the official sports voice of the Upstate Fan.
Mad World next break.
Mad World next break. And away we go. The fourth, the final, the money hour of the Rob Brown Show goes now. Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen. This is the Fan Upstate. Spectacular, as always, to have you all. Very last hour of the Rob Brown Show until September 30th, when we make our triumphant return to the airwaves. But we got a couple of guests lined up for you in this hour of the show. In the next segment of the show, we're going to be joined from the BetQL Network by Mario Herron, a.k.a. Hating Ass Mario, joining us here on the show. We'll break down some Week 2 NFL action. Before we get there, however, we take a short jaunt down the road to Columbia, South Carolina, and that is where we find our next guest. She is a reporter for the Greenville News who covers the Gamecock athletic department at the University of South Carolina. She is the ever lovely Lulu Casson joining us here on the show. Good morning, ma'am. How are you?
I'm good. How are you? Good morning. Happy Tuesday.
Thank you. Happy Tuesday to you as well. Is it a happy Tuesday, Lulu? Like, are people a little less salty today about Saturday night?
I think so. I'll know more definitely later when I talk to some people from the team, but I would say the salty energy is starting to vanish a little bit.
I like that. I was very interested in because we were playing a clip earlier when a couple of years ago, Will Muschamp was the coach and he felt he got hosed by a call, and he said it. He came out, grabbed a mic, said, you know, they say in the SEC it just means more. I think it just means more depending on what logo you have on the helmet. On the flip side, Shane in the post-game press conference on Saturday, Lulu, was saying, like, I thought Lenoris got hit in the head. The referee said he didn't. I thought there was a little of this, a little of that. Here are the explanations I got. Didn't ever really say, I don't buy him. Certainly to me, kind of had the vibe that he wanted to. Has there been any more noise, whether it's from Ray Tanner or Shane Beamer or anybody else, about conversations that have been going on? And frankly, does it matter?
Yes. So on Sunday, Shane Beamer talks to media with a smaller group, a weekly teleconference, and he admitted that right after the game, he contacted the SEC head of officials. From my understanding, that isn't necessarily unusual, I guess, after I don't know if it's just after every SEC game, but it's not unusual for Beamer or any one of the South Carolina football staff to submit some plays to the department, basically saying, like, what did you see here? What does that mean? Not like nothing crazy. But Beamer said, yesterday I submitted a lot and I called them immediately, and he kind of, I don't want to say he flip-flopped, but every time he brought up a question to the officials, he was very quick to say, but they didn't cause us to go offside. They didn't cause us to do this, that, the other thing. Like, he recognized that the 13 penalties against his team can't all be the ref's fault if they were potentially controversial. But Beamer and Athletic Director Ray Tanner have apparently been in conversation and talking to members of like the SEC head of officials and their kind of department after the game on Saturday night. Interesting.
Do you have any thoughts? And I guess I'll ask you before we move on. Did you have any thoughts on it? We've obviously had pretty much no other discussion about that football contest outside of the controversy. There in the stadium, when you were doing press conferences after, et cetera, what were your thoughts running through your head about the whole thing?
I was honestly surprised, but not surprised that it was as big of a focus as it became. First of all, 13 penalties in one game is the most called against South Carolina since 1998. And the reason I bring that up is because I think I think the 2 pick six being like taken back is really what people are like kind of hyper focusing on. But Beamer sort of addressed that there were some missed calls. There were sometimes, like you referenced, the Lenoris hit, that he just thought in a game where there's so many penalties, why wasn't South Carolina getting this call or that call? However, I think fans and kind of the eyes and people who watch this game are really focusing on calls against South Carolina. I have a lot of thoughts, and I think that in a way, South Carolina was up 17-0, and you can sort of see the direct correlation to when LSU gained its momentum to when South Carolina started sort of drawing penalties. I mean, 7 of the 13 came in the fourth quarter. It's hard to not look at it as a little bit of a meltdown. You're playing against a team that I would argue, or anyone could argue, I guess, has more playoff experience, just program history-wise, excuse me. And it just sort of looked like South Carolina crumbled a little bit. And I think it's probably the easier thing to swallow is pointing at, Nick Emmanwori's pick six that got taken away late that probably would have sealed the game. But there were other instances where South Carolina failed to score and they only lost by 3. So it's sort of like, where do you really point the fingers to? And so I don't know if that directly answered your question as to where my mindset was, but I didn't directly look at it, even from a journalistic or putting myself in the eyes of a fan at, the penalties cost South Carolina the game, or, that play did, because I think that there were other dynamics in the game that showed South Carolina kind of suffered a little bit.
I don't disagree. Obviously, you do have to wonder, and hey, welcome to football. What's different if Sellers doesn't go down with that ankle injury, just a kind of a freak accident to get rolled up on, gave it a shot in the third quarter, unable to do it. What was the difference between the offense when Sellers was out there and when Robbie Ashford was out there? This is a young man in Ashford, transfers over from Auburn, that Shane Beamer spent the offseason with very high praise for. He's got SEC experience. He can do just about everything Lenoris can do, et cetera, et cetera. What changed, in your opinion, in the offense from the switch from Sellers to Ashford?
I think the biggest thing was that Sellers, despite the fact that he ran a 75-yard touchdown, which broke a school record for South Carolina quarterbacks, I just felt like in the first half, South Carolina's offense looked really assertive, really gutsy, which was impressive for a passing game that's still very much developing. And so I think when you're trying to get in rhythm and you're trying to stretch out your offense and see what your receivers can do, and then your quarterback gets hurt, and then you have Ashford, who, like you said, has experience and has talent, but is just less comfortable throwing the ball. And so I think that sort of energy and maybe even like the tone sort of suffered, because I think Ashford is just fundamentally a different quarterback. And while he fits into South Carolina's offense, I think what South Carolina was doing in the first half against LSU was just not comparable with how Ashford was going to go in a play.
Talk to me a little bit about the mentality of this team. This team, based on Shane Beamer's comments last week when he said, hey, look, a lot of folks going to be on the bandwagon. There's a lot of folks that are after the Kentucky win. This team came out and they executed. I mean, it was 17-0 at one point, and we kind of felt like this might be a boat race there until the injury to Lenoris Sellers. Do you think that is the true attitude and mentality of this team that started to shine through a little bit, or were they still riding the high from that win over Kentucky?
I definitely think that what will get lost is a lot of the good South Carolina displayed. Like you said, Sellers, obviously, he had a great first half, but I think too, like Rocket Sanders, he had, I think it was like 100, almost 150 yards on 19 carries. He scored twice. Like he really showed that South Carolina has been trying to get its run game back to where it was previously. Sanders is really trying to get back to his old self pre-injury. And I think that the South Carolina offense really came out, like I said, like it was just a gutsy play in the first half. And I don't think that it was necessarily riding the high of Kentucky. I think it was just sort of like, okay, we're playing a really great team. Let's show them what we're made of, regardless of who we're playing. And I think that kind of mentality, if it is true, and like you said, it wasn't riding the high, it will help them because they have a tough schedule coming up. They have a tough October. And regardless of, the week before, I think if South Carolina just goes in and starts the game assertive and isn't fearful on offense, which I sort of thought it was against Old Dominion, a little bit less against Kentucky, I think that'll really help them in these highly competitive SEC matches.
Lulu Kessin from the Greenville News covers the Gamecocks of South Carolina. You got Akron coming up this weekend before the bye week for South Carolina. As fortuitous as it can be in terms of at least giving yourself the opportunity to give Lenora Sellers a couple of weeks to get that ankle right, get back to as close to 100% as he can get. Do you think that'll be the plan? Do you think we see Robbie Ashford get the start on Saturday?
I think so. I don't necessarily think Shane Beamer is going to be like, oh, I need to follow my word. But all preseason, all camp, his biggest thing before naming Lenora's QB1, he was like, we can win with multiple quarterbacks. He almost never talks about Lenora Sellers without talking about Robbie Ashford. He's very, I don't want to say careful, but he's very consistent in complimenting both. And Lenoris, regardless of how bad his ankle is, he's gotten hurt and missed some time in the last 2 SEC games. And they have a bye week after this week. So I think if you are looking long-term and you're looking at October where they have Alabama, Ole Miss, and Oklahoma, you want your QB1 healthy and you want Lenoris healthy. So I think I think it's Ashford's time to shine on Saturday. I definitely think that he'll at least play the majority of the game. I don't see a scenario where he doesn't. But we will hear from Shane Beamer later this afternoon. Last time we talked to him, he hadn't seen Lenoris yet, so he had nothing to say about the status of his ankle. I don't know how he'll necessarily play it this week in terms of what he tells us about alternating between the two or if Ashford gets the start, but I would be surprised given just the schedule and what's ahead if Robbie isn't taking majority of the snaps on Saturday.
Lulu Kessin joining us here on the Rob Brown Show on the Fan Upstate. Got another couple of minutes here before we head off into, I head off into the football weekend. You got to work a few more days. Sorry about it. Talk to me a little bit about Rocket Sanders because he had a bit of a coming out party this weekend, a century mark in the books finally, and was massively important. Certainly in the first half, but even more so in the second half when the run game needed to become more impactful. I think Carolina fans were kind of waiting on him to prove the value that we all thought he had coming out of the transfer portal. Do you think that momentum continues for the young man out of Arkansas?
I do. And I have to say, he's genuinely one of just the nicest. When you're talking to him about his recovery and you're talking to him about these, what I'd argue are pretty permanent from when he's going through his shoulder surgery and recovering and transferring, he really wants to give you insight as to what he was feeling and how he was dealing with everything. And I think that he is just the same as fans in the sense he's been waiting for this. He wants to be back to his old self, but at the same time, he's human and it's a process. It's a recovery. Ahead of LSU, Beamer basically said, we're a young team. It's about how we, perform in the spotlight, but we're going to have to look to our veterans. And I think Rocket really stood out in that way. I think he really just kind of kept pushing, like, especially when LSU was gaining its momentum on offense. You could tell that Rocket, despite running a lot in the first half and probably being exhausted, he was like, we have more to do, more to go. That 66-yard touchdown was absolutely massive for South Carolina. And I think you could just kind of tell that he had a leadership energy about him. Obviously, the game didn't end up going in South Carolina's favor, but I felt like he sort of connected the offense in the second half when Lenoris wasn't out there, and he was sort of trying to bring the energy that was there in the first half into the second. And sort of, I think you could tell Ashford was leaning on that a little bit. And, he said post game, like, yeah, I kind of had a career day at South Carolina, but we didn't get the win. Like, yes, his focus is on getting, his own numbers back to where they can be. But I think at the end of the day, he just wants to help South Carolina win. And he was disappointed that they ultimately didn't do that. But I definitely think it was sort of a coming out party for what he's going to start to do at South Carolina and hopefully continue to do for the offense.
All right, Lulu, last one, and we'll let you go. Ordinarily in this spot, I would say South Carolina beats Akron if blank. But I think we can all kind of rest comfortably. This is a game that South Carolina should be able to come out and use it to sharpen things up. So instead, I will ask you, since I won't be here next week, South Carolina, in your mind, coming off the bye week, should look to accomplish what?
I think coming off the bye week and coming off a kind of week 4 non-SEC matchup, there has to be a step forward in the passing game. I think all along Beamer has talked about the only way the offense and the wide receivers and Lenoris are going to get better if they have time to gel. And that's some time to gel early on. That's a helpful bye week right before a lot of really talented defenses. So I think I don't want to say there's no excuse anymore if the wide receivers are a little sloppy because they're human and they're young. But I think the bye week, it should be very important to focus on the passing game and continuing to work that relationship with Lenoris and his tight ends and his wide receivers.
Love that answer. Love that answer. Lulu Kessing covers the South Carolina Gamecock Athletic Department for Greenville News. She joins us ordinarily on Thursdays, but I'm leaving for like a week and a half. And Lulu was kind enough to move her schedule around to join us today, and we appreciate it greatly. Phenomenal stuff, ma'am. And we will talk to you in a couple of weeks.
Of course. Have a great wedding. Congrats again.
Thank you very much. You are the best. You are too kind. Lulu Kessin from the Greenville News. You can follow her on X at Lulu Kessin, LULUKESIN. When we come back here in just a moment from right now from the BetQL Network, Hayden Ass Mario joins us, talks a little NFL football that's coming up on the Rob Brown Show in the Fan Upstate.
My world.
All right, guys, quick read, and we're back. Stay right there, please, and thank you. Mario.
Hey.
What's up, brother?
Nothing much.
By the way, it smells like fried bologna in the hallway. And I'm guessing.
Better than popcorn.
I'm guessing, as you know, discussions we've had before on and off the air, that you probably never had fried bologna before. Fried bologna. Wow. Okay. Has Mario ever had?
Bologna. Is it pretty good?
Oh, it's the best. Fried bologna, a little Duke's mayonnaise on a toasted bun.
It's poor people food.
It is absolutely poor people food.
It's like a cheeseburger, or the closest you can get to it when you're really poor.
Fried bologna is when you can't afford McDonald's. I was in college once.
Fried bologna and eggs is really,
I do
really
like
good.
fried bologna.
Yes. And I don't think it's a north-south thing because I'm from Ohio.
You know,
I'm
the
just
secret
pointing
is
that
when you
out.
fry the bologna. The secret is you got to cut little notches on the
Oh,
outside
I
of the
knew
rim
you
of
would.
the bologna.
No, you
curl
want
up.
you want the thing to curl up.
No, because then you don't get an even cook around the rim.
Yeah, you get crisp edges.
No. Yeah, but then the middle's not all the way cooked through.
Sure
You
it
cut
is.
little
The
notches
heat
in, you're still going
comes
to
up.
get crisp edges. They're cooking just as long. Mario, here's what I want you to do after the show. Whenever you get your lunch break, I want you to go to the store. I want you to buy bologna. I want you to put a little oil in a frying pan. I want you to fry that bologna just until it starts to show little brown spots on it. Pull it out, put it on a piece of toast, put some mayo on it. Call me tomorrow.
I don't think he's going to do that.
He's not going to do it.
I got a strict diet right now. We're trying to drop some pounds.
Bologna, I don't believe is high in calories. It just depends on what kind of diet you're doing. I
Calories
suppose.
in a slice.
I'm gonna go with like maybe 60. And that's a lot for
Bologna. 69 calories. Nice.
Look
in
how
one slice.
Look how close I was to guessing the calorie content of bologna.
And then let's see. You do that with some low calorie Duke's mayo.
You don't
an
need to have a specific brand of mayonnaise.
Yeah, you do.
You
ever come at me with Miracle Whip? Our friendship's over.
Okay. Well,
Really? Miracle Whip's.
Yeah.
But
Listen, he moved here and he became a part of the cult.
I've been
There's a
anti-Miracle
cult
Whip for
here.
years.
If you don't like Dukes, they consider you an outsider and they want to lynch you.
That is true. Dukes is the superior mayo.
Or mutilate you or do whatever cults do. So I refuse to conform and I am looked down upon because of it.
Yes, you are.
That's fine. It's all right.
Dukes is the superior mayo. But even if you're not going
I
to
will rebel against your evil mayonnaise.
because I'm fine with some Hellmann's, whatever. If you eat Miracle Whip, you're a psychopath. I'll stand on that.
Miracle Whip's my favorite mayonnaise. If I had to have
No,
a
it's not.
favorite mayonnaise,
No, it's
of
not.
course it is.
No, it's not because it's not mayonnaise.
I think they're all
It's your
the
favorite
same.
mayo substitute. Rolling on with the Rob Brown Show here on the Fan Upstate. Robin the Great Malonzo with you, wrapping up our Tuesday. I almost said Thursday. Tuesday of broadcasting. We will be off tomorrow through the end of the month. So we're getting all our guests in over these 2 days. And last, but certainly not least, he is the former executive producer of Bet for the Cycle, which airs every Saturday from noon to 4 on the BetQL network. He is the executive producer of BetMGM Tonight, which you can hear right here on this fine radio station every weekday from 7 until 11 p.m. And on Tuesdays at 8 o'clock, they have a very sexy guest that joins them, and he will again tonight. He is Mario Heron, a.k.a. Hatin' Ass Mario, joining us here on the show. What's up, big fella?
What is going on, Rob Brown? It is the second to last time we'll ever speak before you're a married man.
On the air. That is absolutely correct. It is, it's weird, Mario, because I took until 40. I don't know if you saw it. We talked about this earlier.
Okay.
Did you see Jesse Palmer straight up murder a man on TV the other day? Because I got big getting bullied in high school vibes. I'll play the audio for you. This was during a Florida Gator game.
Okay.
And I thought about you. There were 6 or 7. There were 6 or 7. We'll say attractive female co-eds.
Okay.
And dressed for outdoor Florida summertime football. Do with that information what you will, okay? And there was one guy that was there in blue and orange striped overalls with no shirt underneath and a mustache that says, "I'm not allowed within 500 yards of a school." And Jesse Palmer body slammed this cat. Listen to this.
He's got a mustache. Can't see it now, but he's whipping his hand with his shirt. I'm going to make a bold prediction here. I'm going to say that guy's in the friend zone.
Oh,
it gets worse.
Listen, you are a top analyst. I'm just going to say, you know how to give analysis.
Years of relationship and dating. I see it up close and personal in my other job, and I think I'm going to say he's a good listener.
oh.
There's a desperate need of this kind of analysis, Katie.
Don't kick a man while he's down, Jesse. Leave him alone.
No, I think he's a great guy. I didn't say he's a bad guy. I'm just saying I don't think he's dating anybody in the shot right now. I think he's...
All right, hold on.
That's homicide.
I have a rebuttal, by the way. I have a rebuttal.
No. You coming at Mario. Here's the thing. You're jealous of hair. A guy with hair like that talking about Mario, he's never been in the friend zone. So I don't know what you're doing. All right, go ahead, Mario.
My rebuttal really quickly is Jesse Palmer obviously knows a lot about relationships apparently because he's on The Bachelor, which those relationships are always really successful after.
Batting 100.
Yeah. When you go to Southern schools and you see maybe a guy that's is not really attractive and maybe has a mustache that doesn't really look great or is wearing overalls and he has his shirt off and he really shouldn't be wearing his shirt off, I would say about 9 times out of 10 that guy still has a very attractive significant other to the next to him. So I don't know if I agree with Jesse Palmer on this. That guy's probably dating one of those nice girls, and he's probably having a great relationship with them and having a great time. So that's where I'm going to push back. Is I visited those Southern schools in my college heyday, and I was pretty confused. I was like, why is this? How does this work here? Feel like I was entering a different universe.
By the way, I basically said the same thing.
Thank you.
And here's the other thing though. Dude he's not a fat slob. Dude is in shape.
In shape's a strong word
Can
to
I
use
finish?
there.
Can I finish? Compared to at least 2 of the people talking right now, in good shape. That's all I'm saying.
Sir.
Mr.
That guy's not in better shape than me.
Yeah, I've got a
that guy was not in better shape
I've
than
got
me.
a promo playing where you talk about your saggy booty.
Yeah, no, I got a saggy ass for sure, but it's because I'm in shape. All right. Let's talk some football. I will start here, hating ass Mario, by, as I always do, making it about me. Is my team good, or have we played 2 not good teams and I'm being fooled?
If you would have played like the Panthers and and the Commanders, and if you guys did that, then I'd be like, I don't know if this team's that good. You did it against the Cowboys in Jerry's world, and I think that's something to be said. And you somehow found the fountain of youth in Alvin in the backfield with 3 touchdowns, rushing, obviously 1 passing as well. And Derek Carr suddenly looks like the Derek Carr of his earlier years. We're like, hey, I think this guy can be a top quarterback in the NFL. I think the Saints team's actually like pretty legit. And they're a very fun team to watch. And they're number 1 in yards per play. I believe they have one of the best, 3rd best rushing offense in the NFL. Dude, this team is legit. They have a lot of weapons, a lot of ways they can beat you. And their division is not really a hard division. They have to take out the Bucs is like their toughest opponent. And like the Bucs, while they did have a great win against the Detroit Lions this past week, their injuries are just killing them left and right. I think Vita Vea got hurt this past weekend as well to add on top of it. So they're going to be missing guys for the next couple of weeks. Baker Mayfield will probably find his level of, I'm like, okay, I'm not fantastic. I think this team's pretty legit. I'm excited to see what they do going forward. I'm a firm believer in the Saints. You have the Eagles, I think, at home upcoming this week. And if the Eagles taught you anything last night, is they will always keep the door open for you to win. You just got to make sure you kind of get there. I think Derek Carr and the crew can get there.
I'm interested. Against Carolina, 9 consecutive drives with points scored, 2 punts at the end of the game just to end the game. Against the Cowboys, 6 with points scored, then an interception, a punt, and a field goal. The INT was just a bad throw, but there was a minute 13 left to play in the game, and Carr at that point had a 35-point lead. Like, it just... I want to buy in and I want to believe, and I want to give credit to Clint Kubiak for what he's done with this offense. But I think I need one more. And I'm not saying you got to go out and put a 40 burger up this. Are they any good?
You cut out for me a little bit right there. Can you,
Yeah, I saw that.
Yeah.
Flip that conversation on its head. Talk to me about Dallas. Did we get tricked by Cleveland, or was this just a mid-team playing a good team? I don't know what happened.
We got tricked by Cleveland. I think the Cowboys are similar in the Bears, where they have a lot of pieces around them that make sense, and this team should be pretty decent. This team should be pretty good. But there's one mistake that both teams made in this offseason that they just decided not to fix, and that is the head freaking coach. Mike McCarthy, there's a reason why Aaron Rodgers only has one Super Bowl, and it's because of Mike McCarthy. There is a reason why the Chicago Bears have not been relevant the past 3 years. It's also because of Matt Eberflus. He only knows one side of the football. He has no idea what to do on the other side of the football. And it's a clear issue, and it's a classic Bears way. Anyways, not to make this a Bears conversation. The Dallas Cowboys, they're always a step behind, and they seem like in every game they play, when it comes down to the last second, they're just always not prepared under Mike McCarthy. Now, did that game go to the last second against the Saints? No, but they got popped in the mouth, and when this team gets popped in the mouth, they tend to stay down. They don't pop back up. They go down. And I think I know Jerry loves the offseason drama of the contracts and loves the attention it brings. It's not good attention, though. Like, that's not good for your team to have. And by the way, Parsons is still wanting a contract. And I'd argue that the players that you extended, like, he might be almost your most important guy, especially if you're looking at that defense. You saw how they looked this past week. I'm not a firm believer in the Cowboys. I never have been and never will be, not until there's a new head coach there. Mike McCarthy is going to keep them behind in every game they play. That he's going to keep them behind in the playoffs. They will never be a legit team under him. It's just the world we live in. Will he get fired after this year? I don't know. Jerry Jones also kept Jason Garrett there for a weirdly long period of time, and no one really understood that either.
Talk to me about Carolina. They make the decision to bench Bryce Young, even as maybe the last of the Bryce Heekins over here, still saying, I blame the team. And I blame the team because Baker went down to Tampa. He's playing well this year. He's earned a $100 million contract. Sam Darnold just beat San Francisco for the Minnesota Vikings. He's having a great time. You know, it's kind of like Taylor Swift with breakup songs. At some point, the album should be called Maybe It's Me. I'm trying to defend the guy. They're going to go with Andy Dalton this week. Is Bryce Young cooked, and is there any hope at all for Panthers fans?
I've never seen a team, when I was watching this Chargers game, and I was rewatching some of it yesterday, I've never seen a team, as soon as they hit adversity, put their head down quicker. Like, I was king body language yesterday, which maybe that's just because of my high school football coach and my college lacrosse coach screaming in my ear how much body language matters. And I was just looking at it, and after every bad play, everything that just slightly went wrong, only Hubbard, I would see that, like, had energy still. Everyone else just, like, really slugged their shoulders. And I was like, dude, what is going on over here? Bryce Young, I was a believer in. He had a very tough game, obviously, last weekend and the week before that. But the things that just seemed concerning to me was, one, that screen pass to Adam Thielen, which was just way far ahead of him, where he almost had to dive for it. I was like, what is going on there? The interception that he threw also, where there's just no window in which that was open. I mean, there's blue all over that, and he's still trying to thread the needle in there. Maybe that works in college, maybe with the receivers you have at Bama, but that's sure as hell not going to work here in the NFL, especially when I'm the Carolina Panthers. This team is not good. I do agree with you on that. Do I think he should have been benched? No. I wouldn't have benched him. I think putting Andy Dalton in right now makes what sense? You want to be better? What was this team going to, like, through 2 games, we know you're not a good football team. You're not going to make a playoff run. You're not going to do anything. Like, you might as well let the young guy get his licks in and learn how to overcome this stuff and just let him improve throughout the year. Like, I truly don't get it, Rob. Like, I don't get why starting Andy Dalton's like this better move. I don't know what it brings to the table.
I'll tell you what I said yesterday, said it again last night, said it again today on the show. I'm glad this is happening. Not for Bryce Young, because, again, I think Bryce has been broken by this team, and I think the only way to fix him is to let him go out there and struggle and fight and figure it out. Sometimes you just got to throw him into the fire. I'll tell you why I'm glad about this. I'm glad about this because I think they're going to send out there Andy Dalton. I think the Panther fans are going, oh, we're going to be competitive. I think they're going to get blown out by the Raiders this weekend. And I think I'm going to get to come back in here after, well, probably 2 weeks of that happening on the 30th of September and go, hey, maybe it's the franchise. Maybe it's the team. Maybe it's the coaching staff. Like, and I want to have faith and I want to have a belief in Dave Canales, and I do, but Canales was a guy that all off season was like, oh, we're going to do this, and we're learning this, and we're working on this. And then yesterday he benched Dalton, and they're like, hey, what made you make the decision? It's private. I don't want to talk about it. It's a personal comment. Like, dude, you just changed everything, which, and again, conspiracy theory, I'm putting the aluminum foil cap on. That makes me think it's a Tepper thing again, which we can't do anymore. That's a whole different discussion. The point here is I'm glad it's happening, and I like Andy Dalton, but he's going to be my sacrificial lamb here. If Dalton comes out and the Raiders beat the hell out of the Panthers, all the, oh, Bryce sucks stuff has got to stop, and I'm tired of hearing it.
Yeah, and then what are you going to do after? Put the kid back in? Like, that's the only thing I don't understand. Like, if the team continues to struggle, are you going to go, all right, now it's time to put Bryce Young back in, and then you're going to do like this every 2 games, you change the QB again, think it's just always a QB that's a problem? No, like the team's just not very good. Like that's the problem. And with Dave Canales, I really hope he doesn't get, like if they have the, first overall pick and they, go on to be terrible this year, I really hope he doesn't get canned. Like I think maybe he deserves one more shot. Like, get one more pick. This thing, people fall in love with that teams can change overnight and not that it takes a couple years. And that's, I think, the other sickening factor is everyone wants their QB to be CJ Stroud. Everyone does. But no one wants to wait the process out to get to Josh Allen, to get to Peyton Manning, to get to Patrick Mahomes. Everyone wants the stuff overnight, which is fantastic. I would love stuff overnight. If I could take a pill right now and wake up in the morning with a 6-pack, you better believe I would do it. If I could get a pill and I turn into 6'5", I would do that in a second. And then you told me I got to go slap my nephew to do it. Nephew, come here. You're catching 5. That's just, it's what it is. Everyone wants everything quick and fast, but sometimes stuff takes long and stuff's a process.
See, people, that's why we worry about Mario.
I would say Oprah could help you with that weight loss. But anyway.
Hating ass Mario Herron from the BetQL Network, former producer of Bet for the Cycle noon to 4 on the BetQL Network, current executive producer of BetMGM Tonight, which you can hear on this station from 7 till 11 p.m. every single weeknight. I will be there this evening at 8 o'clock to talk about I don't really know what. We'll figure it out when we get there. Who the hell cares? Mario Herron for the BetQL Network. Appreciate you, big dog. Thanks for changing your schedule up for us, pal.
Of course. Quick. Can I ask a wedding question? Do we have time for a wedding question?
Yeah, you got 12 seconds.
Do I have to RSVP since I was a late ad, or do I not?
Oh, you didn't RSVP yet? No, you're out. Sorry, bud. That's how adults work. You have to No, you're good.
Oh,
you're good.
I had a panic attack last night when I was going.
What if I legit was like, oh no, we filled up all the spaces. You can't come.
I would just call the hotel and pull the craziest excuse to get a refund.
Mario, I will see you tonight, buddy. Thank you very much.
Thanks, guys.
Mario Herron for the BetQL Network. We're back after this on the Rob Brown Show in the Fan Upstate. All right, if you're not there already, I need you to come to the stream right now. Facebook.com/TheFanUpstate. Facebook.com/TheFanUpstate. Or you can get at us on YouTube, The Fan Upstate, The Rob Brown Show on Twitch, Facebook, or YouTube. Why? You may ask. It is because Lonzo captured footage of what I don't believe is a chupacabra. I cannot say for certain it's not. I can't say for sure it's not.
Too tall to be a chupacabra.
It is. It is. I'm relatively sure it's a turkey, but we're all gonna watch Lonzo's Bigfoot footage style cinematography here and see if we can have. Now, set me up here. This was outside your house.
All right, driving up my driveway, and there's a creature in my driveway. So I don't know if the creature is going to move out from in front of my car as I drive up the driveway. And if the said creature is going to attack me when I get out of my car, and I live in the middle of the woods. So
he does live in the middle of the woods. I've been there once. It is a when I call it the compound, it's not a joke. Not ha funny. It's compound.
And you weren't there in summer.
Or nighttime.
Well, there's that. That's also scary.
So we had the footage, and we're gonna roll it through. You can see it right there. It's at the bottom of the screen. If you're watching, I can kind of highlight it with the mouse. It's right there in the bottom. I'm relatively certain it's definitely a bird. All right. Whether it's a
by
turkey,
the way, it's definitely a bird. There's no doubt it's a bird.
Yeah.
But it's it looked very Jim Henson like for a while.
It does look a little Muppety, because I will say, like, my thought was when it's moving, like it's got a turkey head bob, and there it goes. It turns around, and that's where I got sold on turkey. It's that like methodical head turn and then body turn with it. I think turkey, but here's the thing. It's white. Like clearly daytime, middle of the day, it's white. So it's either an albino turkey or it's a turkey that's like sick, got mange, its feathers fell out or something. I can't tell. Or it's another bird that's white that lives out in the woods.
See, here's the thing. It ended up in the backyard later on in the day.
Is it a duck, maybe?
And I was going to say it had a very duck-like sound when it didn't sound like a turkey. It sounded more. It had a honk. It honked. So at first I thought.
Can you do the honk? Can you imitate the honk?
No, I cannot.
You got to get as close. Hey, we might have some ornithologists out there that can go, oh, that's a.
I will say it sounded like a goose honk, but I don't think it's a goose.
I mean, all right. So it doesn't have the neck for a goose unless there's like
you can't see how long the neck really is. It doesn't look like a goose. It looks like a chicken mixed with something else, and I call it a gickin because I don't know what it is. It's a creature in the woods. Gickin sounds like a good name.
I'm going to let if you're not watching this again, the
so
stream
it's a mix
is up all
of a
4
goose
hours
and
a
a
day.
chicken. I just don't. It's weird.
It's fair. I'm going to lean on turkey, but it's a weird looking turkey. All right. Can't tell if it's like if it's an albino turkey, that's really cool. That's like 1 in 5,000.
I didn't post the video because I didn't take good enough video. And for you can see it up close.
You definitely were looking over your phone while you filmed it.
Well, yeah, in case it rushed. I mean, I don't know what that thing's going to do. I mean, it's not. I'm not scared of the thing
I just want to be prepared.
I could have killed the thing. I'm more worried about it having something that could kill me, like some sort of disease or something.
Oh, we also learned earlier today that birds can't get rabies. So that's
at the time I did not know that.
We did not know that before 7:40 today.
It's a good thing Rob's not playing the sound because there's probably a little fear in my voice. I got to be honest.
I thought about it. I really did. I thought about unmuting.
But it wasn't my. I don't know what that is. But I mean.
But it wasn't my driveway, and now it's out. Okay, I don't know what that is. But it wasn't my driveway, and now it's out there, and I don't know what it is. And I'm a little worried. Obviously not a chupacabra, but it's like a weird turkey or something. I don't know. If it comes back this way, I might get my car. I've lost it now, but I don't know what it is. It is weird.
I'm going turkey, but I'm going turkey that's got it's got something wrong.
Hey,
with it.
I've posted videos of snakes being on my door and things like that. So it's not unusual where I am.
It's not unusual.
But I looked looked up a turkey buzzard because I know those are out there. And it doesn't look like a turkey buzzard. It doesn't. I don't know what it is. And I'm guessing when I go home today, especially with the weather we've had, it's out there having a good time.
I
don't want baby its to be out there because then you have a lot of gickens around and you don't know what to do.
Gickens. It's like we're starting a horror movie based around
exactly.
Lonzo's compound.
You know where I live? It's a gickin, man. I don't know what that is.
I'm banking on turkey. I'm banking on turkey, and it's either an albino turkey or something's wrong with it. One or the other.
That I'm going with there's something wrong with
I'm gonna get, you know what? Paste that on the Fan Upstate Facebook page. Let's see. Because there's gonna be some dude out there that's like, hunt.
By the way, I want to tell you, the first person, guess who? The first person I sent the video to.
Your wife.
No, Daggum Cole. Well,
Cole Bryson.
Daggum Cole Bryson.
What did Cole say?
He didn't know what it was. He took some guesses, but I was a little disappointed. I thought Cole would come through. I know other hunters that I could have sent it to. I could have sent it to Odie. I could have sent it to some other hunters, but I sent it to Cole because I knew that Cole would know what it was, and he didn't.
That right there is a South Carolina blizzard turkey's what that is.
Could be. I don't.
That's a good Thanksgiving eating right there. All right, it's turkey. It's got to be a turkey.
I think Cole said he would just use his shotgun.
I believe that wholeheartedly.
And I was like, yeah, it's what I figured.
Hey, Cole, you see that? What's?
Yeah, they didn't you?
Let's go find out.
Let's check the carcass and see what it was.
That's it for us, ladies and gentlemen. Thank you guys very much for being here again. Thank you for letting me be me. Thank you for allowing me to do this dumb job. Thank you for letting me be the best version of myself while I do this dumb job because legitimately I moved here not in a good way. You guys, by letting me do this job and have fun doing this job and be myself on the radio, allowed me to find myself once again, if I may be the Notebook levels of cliche for just a minute. And in doing so, you let me find somebody I love. Now I'm going down to Florida this weekend to marry that woman. Next time I speak to you, the ring will move from the right hand to the left. Thank you guys for being here. Hope you enjoyed the show. We'll see you back here on Monday, September 30th. Don't miss us too much.
Yeah.
3 out the door.
And then I missed the
4
button.
out the door.
It's all right. It's all right. I got a couple weeks to recover. Do miss us. Miss us a lot.
Yeah.
Send emails and texts saying, where are they?
Yeah. Text our boss. Tell them how much you love and miss us. Y'all have a spectacular week and a half. We'll see you back here on September 30th. Sincerely, again, I love you all. Thank you very much. For Lonzo, I'm Rob Brown. It's the Rob Brown Show on the Fan Upstate. Later.
Sorry, I had to.
No, you're good.
We had to go.
All good.
There's a chance I counted wrong, but if I didn't, it's real tight.
Kyle I actually have reservations at the Columbia restaurant on Thursday night. The last 3 times I've gone down there, I've tried to eat at the Columbia. The last 3 times I've gone down there, we have not been able to get a reservation. So last time we were down there, we set a reservation for this Thursday at the Columbia. And I'm really, really excited about it. I've heard nothing but great things about it. So I will have a full report when we get back. But yes, I am really excited about it.
I did. All right, so I hope
the key lime pie. So here's the fun thing: we're not doing a wedding cake; we are doing wedding key lime pies.
Okay.
For the request of the lady friend. I fell in love with her again when she said that. Because wedding cakes are good. Like wedding cakes are good. A top tier key lime pie, untouchable.
I wouldn't know. They didn't save us any of the wedding cake other than the picture.
You didn't get a piece of your own wedding cake?
Other than the picture. And that was it. I told you.
You didn't get a piece of your own wedding cake. Like the meal I understand.
Dude.
You didn't get a piece of your own wedding cake?
No.
You have bad friends.
I mean, whatever. I just
whose party made up the majority of your wedding? Yours or hers? Or is it 50-50?
I think it was pretty even.
Okay.
We didn't keep track of all that.
Okay.
It wasn't. I mean, it was the church was full, so I don't know, maybe a couple hundred people.
Okay.
I don't know. And they were hungry apparently. So I mean,
I can't believe you did not get a piece of your own cake.
I mean, it's coming up on 32 years. It's okay. It's just cake. I mean, I do remember that we didn't get any.
I'm so sentimental for a dude. Like everything means so much to me. Are you shoving the pie? Are you shoving pie to the face instead? No, we are. That has been.
Yeah. See, I didn't either.
No.
So I didn't either. And so I don't know what happened. I don't know if I set the cake down and immediately someone took it and ate it. I don't know. It could have happened. I don't
You
know.
not remember if you had a piece of cake in front of you?
Again, 32 years ago.
That's fair.
I remember many of the moments from the wedding and after. And
That's all. I mean, at the end of the day, that's all that matters.
But in the end, it was just cake. And I know
Yeah.
we didn't get any. So it wasn't a very big cake either. So.
But to answer your question, no one is shoving cake into each other's faces. That is very off the table.
And plus, if you do it with pie, I mean, if that pie doesn't, and does key lime have the consistency to where?
No, key lime's a thick pie.
Yeah, you would have to basically scoop and.
Yeah, key lime's a thick pie. You could do it with a whole slice, but you'd have to coat it in whipped cream, or else you're just pretty much punching somebody in the face. All right, well, I do have to go.
All right, my wife just sent me this.
That's a white turkey.
And it kind of looks like
White
that.
turkey.
But
Yeah, but that's fluffy. Oh, here's one. The broad-breasted white turkey. In fact, I'll put it on the screen if I can get it up. There it is. It's the most detective work I've done in a hot minute. Wow. All right. Not a great zoom in. There it is. The broad-breasted white turkey. That looks like it, right? I gotta say, that's it.
The thing is, that looks pristine compared to whatever the thing
I
was
agree,
in
but
my
yours
yard.
lives in the woods. This is on a turkey farm.
Well, see, that's the problem. I
That's
think
it as a chick. That's that. That's that's the
see,
dude.
See what she sent me, and that the neck's not long enough. I'm telling you. And
I think this one
no,
is.
No. From neck to back to top of head is like this, and it's a straight neck, like a goose neck. It's not a turkey neck. Turkey necks are kind of, Tim McGraw. These are not Tim McGraw. These are.
Looking for more images of white turkeys. That's white turley. That's a very different thing.
Turley looked white. He did. He was definitely Caucasian.
What about that? Like this dude's got and I think maybe he was like standing up looking a little bit. That's it right there on the right. That's your bird.
See,
that's your bird. That's a ragged ass looking bird.
That could be it, but
That's
I
your
still
bird.
think the neck's longer. I hope the thing's still all right.
I hope you see it again.
I hope I see it out the back
There you
window.
go. There it is. That's it with it standing up. I think that's what yours was doing.
Could be.
That's it. Here's an even better one. That's definitely your bird. That bird looks like a monster. That bird looks like a
Dude,
dinosaur.
I'm telling you, this thing's like it's like 2.5 to 3 feet tall. It's not like it's a big bird. Not big bird, but it's a big bird.
Yeah, this is definitely your bird. I want my bird.
This is
want
not
my bird.
This is not my bird.
This is not my bird. There's some ragged ass. Dude, dinosaurs totally turned into birds. Look at this little weird.
Yeah, I'd rather not have to deal with a dinosaur in my yard.
It's 100% a dinosaur. Oh man.
Worst case scenario, I go home and there's 2 of them, which will turn into a lot more than 2.
That 2 would be good because if there's a second one, it's probably a male, and you're gonna be able to definitely tell he a turkey. You're gonna be a big old turkey.
I just hope that it was on its way somewhere and it visited for a while and now it went on.
Oh man.
But I probably will go back and find it nesting in my shed. Because,
All right, that's it for me and Lonzo. I mean, you can hang out if you want to, but I got stuff to do.
Well, yeah, I always have stuff to do.
Thank you guys for being here. I appreciate it. And especially those of you P1s on the stream that are here every day. You guys are the best of the worst of the Rob Brown Show listeners.
Speaking of the best, Eric Roberts is coming to Comic-Con Junior.
Oh, really?
I don't know if you probably never saw Best of the Best.
I did not.
It was.
I've heard the name, but I don't know.
Eric Roberts was also in Batman. He's Julia Roberts' brother. He's been in a ton of stuff. He was he was Falcone or one of those in the one trilogy that had Joker in it and had all, I forget the director's name. Not the most recent Batman, but the one before that.
Yeah.
He was in that. Best of the Best was kind of an Olympic movie for Olympic. Was it jiu-jitsu? I think it might have been jiu-jitsu.
Best of the Best.
It also had
is it an American martial arts film from
Sean
1989?
Penn's brother in it. There were several of them. I just really liked it.
Starring James Earl Jones.
I forgot he was a coach. Forgot all about that.
I've seen that clip before. When he died the other day, that clip started going around, and I was like, what is this from? And now I know. Okay. Now I'm definitely going to watch it.
I like 2 better, but 1 was definitely good.
Okay. I'm gonna now I have to go watch it. Now I have to go watch it.
It's 80s background music, all that.
Yeah, that's the best.
The guy who sang stuff for Sylvester Stallone movies. It's that guy.
Do the best. Whoa!
That was actually from Karate Kid. Although that was
dumb.
made for Rocky 3, but they turned it down and went with Eye of the Tiger.
Good. So much better.
No, it was a good movie.
Worked out better for both.
Yeah, it did.
All right, goodbye, everybody. Thanks for being here. See you September 30th. I love you guys. You are spectacular. Thank you. You're awesome. See ya.